podcasts.
Hi folks, Mike Lindell here, inventor of My Pillow, and do I have an exciting new opportunity for you? Are you a brand manager or toy tuber that has agreed to do a debate on another toy channel, but your laptop just won't cooperate? Then look no further than my wife's laptop. That's right, if you are in a tight spot, I will get you my wife's laptop. I don't care what she's doing. I don't care what's going on. I don't care what part of the country it is. Hell or high water, I'll get you that damn laptop for a nominal fee. Act now, and I'll even throw in one of my cross necklaces. Please do this. I'm in financial ruins.
Hello. Welcome. Hi. Welcome, Oz. Special guest this evening.
It's all good. Wait 1 second. I got to go get my wife's laptop.
Right.
It's a quality product.
Very quality product.
He's in financial
ruins.
Are we all?
Let's see. And then Andrew is in chat. There we go. Hello, my buddies Customs. Welcome. And we've got Mint with Card. Smack up, rub it up, flip it, rub it down. That girl is poison. Hello, Stu for lunch. So are we. It'll be fun. No, we're on. This is gonna happen when it happens. Time. It's Thursday. It's outside of the normal window. Hello, Cobweb Collector. Hello, Rowdy Riles, who was my guest last Sunday and was amazing.
Rowdy.
Hello, Nolan. We're official. We're official, everyone.
Official. Officially.
All right. And then I think Mint with Card wants to know about my wife's laptop. Well, it's a thing. It can happen. Exactly.
You can yell at her and just say, "Ma, Ma." Oh, I mean, wife, laptop.
Hi, CJ. CJ's in the house. All right. So the reason we're all here tonight was San Diego Comic-Con happened last weekend. I don't know if anyone noticed.
Say. You don't
sure did.
Oh.
And it's... Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's our normal tradition after one of these to do a recap of what we liked about it and what we wanted to buy and what we don't want to, what we like but aren't going to buy. Kind of trying
We're
to be
supposed to like and want the things they showed off. We're not supposed to complain about it.
Hello, Carol.
Shit, welcome. I'm on the wrong show. Sorry, guys.
It's almost like, life should be fun, but I don't know.
Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
It's a great thing. All right. And so I thought Oz would be perfect because he did do your 24-hour stream last week. And
definitely.
Yeah, it's still technically weekend. So anyway, let's get to it. San Diego Comic-Con. There were reveals and stuff. And since you're the guest, Oz, we're going to start out with your likes, what you like, but maybe aren't going to pick up, and then what you want to pick up. So anyway, Tell us.
Well, we kind of used Toy Arc as our guide while we were going through most of the coverage throughout the day. And you'd figure, 24 hours of talking about it might get a little tired. But I'm sorry. Look at this Mothman here. He's definitely going to save Lawrence from the Grumble Duffs.
The big Mothman?
That Mothman. Dude, this thing is awesome.
He got a bicycle.
Amazing. That's right. I freaking love this toy. Unfortunately, I've backed out of Masterverse. I was definitely just trying to collect the new Eternia stuff because I think it's awesome and great. I like seeing some of the new looks, from the original designs. But it was just between that and everything else, there was just too much. And I was like, I got to back out somewhere. So I backed out of Masterverse. It found a good home, though. I sent all of my Masterverse stuff over to my sister so she gets to enjoy it. And I hope she picks up this Mossman because look at how freaking gorgeous that is. And I just love this whole, they're not saying that this is in Preternia, but I like the little, snake Easter egg up there. Like he's been fighting the snakes in Preternia this whole time. It's gorgeous. I mean, the box art's always top notch on all of Masters of the Universe toys, but that figure, he's just big and he's like creepy, looks a little moldy, it's Moss Man.
He looks really good.
No, he looks
I hope he smells like an air freshener, like a car air freshener. If he don't smell like one of the pine trees, I'm gonna be mad.
Yep. He's got the sort of Beastman origins, like he's sort of like stocky, like he's a lot bigger than we sort of see. And I love that hair, like that mane of hair is majestic.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's
That's one of
pure
the best features.
wild, man.
I could picture, because I'm looking at him right there, the first New Eternia Beastman, and it would be like great to pose them together, like squaring off like the two chunky boys, like that. It's a really great looking figure.
Right.
I'm excited for that one for sure.
And if you're not gonna flock it, like this is the way to go. Like really cover this guy in like vines and everything else. They knocked this guy completely out of the park. It almost makes me regret my decision to get out of Masterverse because I would, but man, I got that kind of money.
Come on.
But yeah, like honestly, the sculpts for New Eternia just get more and more impressive every time I turn around. They're looking better and better.
For sure.
Also, we all need a good flocking sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I'll drink to that.
If you don't, you're out of your flocking mind.
Totally.
Flock yeah.
Next up for Oz, this is one of your likes, but not necessarily something you're going to pick up.
I think it's great. I love the fact that they're going back to the prototype colors. That more green and yellow look. I love the fact that it's coming with the matte. I love the fact that it's coming with parts of the spacesuit from the Mysteries of Grayskull pack. It's not the whole thing. It's not a complete reissue of that figure. They threw in some new stuff with it. And I think it's outstanding. I love that. I think that's great. But there's really not much else that's different. And for $125 price tag for something that I already own with different colored paints and the play, if they had made this thing look like the Mark Taylor design, even if they put that little like side walkway around the other side of Castle Grayskull, like just added something more other than the playmat and the spacesuit, I probably would have been more inclined to be like, okay, I want this one. This is going to be my definitive one. But
to Card's point here, it is already on sale for $107 as of today on Amazon. So my pre-order for this has already gone down in price.
Right, and that price is guaranteed too, which is
so
really
it
nice. Even if it goes back up, it doesn't matter. You're getting the sale price.
Once they adjust you down, you stay down. So if 120 was too much for some people, but you want if you missed out on the Mysteries of Grayskull, you want a Spaceman.
I was Spaceman.
Gotta have the Spaceman.
Right.
Not the Spaceman.
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 When I think dark, foreboding castles, I always think Spaceman.
Yep.
Well, you
Obviously.
should.
It is in Scotland.
But I mean, the interiors, like they sort of like redid it a little bit, where it's like it is much more vintagey. Like it looks a lot darker.
Yeah.
Some of the weapons are really like unique. Like I feel like there's enough here, not necessarily to buy a second one, but like certainly like this is very much, you're almost like New Eternia, almost your pre-Eternia, almost your sort of darker mini comics version of it. So like it's the same kind of ugly sculpt, I think, but it's like there's enough good stuff there.
I think, this was one of my picks, so I'll get into my thoughts when we get to it on my pick. But I got some and some really specific reasons why I went ahead and did a pre-order. Next up for Oz, it's a lot of Masterverse.
I just kind of did the whole picture of the Masterverse row. That freaking Mantenna and that Mosquito, absolutely incredibly amazing. Both figures, like wow. And then you come over and you got this Dispara, you've got the shoot, now I'm blanking on his name, Dragstore, because he
Yeah,
doesn't
the
have the
drugstore.
ripcord next to him. The Origins one had the the ripcord next to him.
Yeah.
I think they all look great. They're fantastic. But again, I'm just kind of out on Masterverse, so it's easy for me to pass.
Right.
But what I really like about this is that he's Skeletor and the anti-Eternia He-Man here, like they dove into the comics for it. Like the versions that we got with Origins, although cool that we have them in Origins, even though both figures are just really repaints of He-Man for Origins, there's not a whole lot to that. But the detail, the sculpting, the extra added pieces, like anti-Eternia He-Man's coming in with parts from the other He-Men that he's killed while he's trying to take over the multiverse. I'm glad we got that. That's great. Not to mention the fact that, if you got the New Adventures He-Man, you got the green power sword. Now you get a red power sword from anti-Eternia He-Man. You get a little like Return of the Jedi, final lightsaber battle kind of vibes going, having two people show down. So
you could custom a Luke and Vader and Masterverse.
You could, and honestly, I think that's really cool. But again, it's just an easy pass for me on these. Although they make it harder and harder with it. I say that, but at the same time, it also kind of gets easier because the more that I'm missing out, it's like I think back to, oh crap, I got to go back and get that stuff now too.
Yeah.
So, but they're all gorgeous.
Yeah, there's some really, and a few of these are on my list, so I'll get to my deep thoughts when we get to my list.
And the other thing I like about those is the price point too is never too bad for Masterverse. Like I don't feel like I'm paying way more than the figure is worth, and that's always nice because I don't mind dropping money on figures as long as I think they're worth it. And for the price tag, Masterverse gives you way more than it should.
Yeah, I think I think Origins and Masterverse both in general are pretty much pretty much get your money's worth with the figures. I feel like in general, like Masterverse comes with a lot of accessories. Let me say that correctly. It's that time of the day, y'all.
Accessories.
As accessories. Pork chops and applesauce.
Pork chops and applesauce.
But I do feel like price point wise, they give you a lot for all of them, especially with the extra head sculpts and extra accessories. There we go. I got it. I got
Great
it.
Deal.
Nailed it.
Next, this is another thing Oz likes, but is probably not going to pick up.
I wish I could dive into Mondo. I really do. But that would be like, I'd have to sell all of my collection that I currently own. And there are parts that I'm just not willing to get rid of to do the Mondo. It's like buy one figure every couple of months, feel really good about it. But I'd also still be afraid to play with them a lot, though. I pick up an Origins figure, I'm totally going to be playing with it. When I have Connor over, we love playing with the toys. Even with the more expensive stuff like Mythic Legions, I mean, I make sure that I'm keeping tabs on all the accessories for Mythic Legions, but I could play with a Mythic Legions figure. I'd be scared to play with a Mondo figure.
Yeah, it would be like, I don't know, trying to, I don't want to say play, but like, oh, I'm going to just doodle right next to my, Matisse painting. No, you don't do that.
Right.
Let's break out the finger paints and try to copy this Matisse, and we'll just be all kinds of sloppy about it. No, that's a bad idea.
They're like
right.
Head to toe. I mean, like something's gonna give if you like retch on a leg or an arm too much. Like they're very well painted, but like maybe too painted.
Yeah, they scare me. They're beautiful, but they scare me.
I mean, Tommy Hodges is like head sculptor over there now at Mondo. They're ridiculous. The details they're putting out. I know a lot of people said the reason they can get all that detail is because they were doing the 1/6 scale. But now that they're delving into the 1/12 scale with Ghostbusters and with 2000X, these are not lacking for any of those details that the
Right.
1/6 carry either. Like they are phenomenal.
And this is a good point Adam has. They're not really toys. I wish people would stop talking about them as though they are. These are collectibles.
Yeah,
And I
100%.
Yeah. And I think if that conversation would shift, especially with the Motu stuff they do, I think it would feel less weird. For me, they're not on my list because they are more expensive than I like. I appreciate what Mondo does, but I like as I get older and get deeper into sort of rebuilding my finishing out vintage collections, I prefer my toys to look like toys. Even with some of the newer vintage collection Star Wars stuff, I'm not appreciating the digital. I don't need them to look like a mini form of the actor. I really appreciate when things look like toys. And I think more and more lately, I feel like Mondo, as glorious as it is to look at, is straying way too far into sort of collectible statues while trying to say they're toys. And it's just not my bag. Anyone who enjoys these, congratulations. I love that for you. Not in a sarcastic way to say that, but in an authentic, like, I'm glad you have something bringing you joy. It's just not my bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I feel like I would buy these and I'd pose them up and then they would just sit there and collect dust. And I like to play around with my toys, and that's just not happening here.
They're kind of like statues you can pose. So, like, typical statues, pre-programmed, what you get. Is when you're like, I could kind of put the arm this way. But I mean, like for these, I have the Mondo Tila, who, I mean, I love. Every now and then I'll kind of like change her pose up a little bit. But I mean, like, I don't mess around with it. My favorite thing about this, though, is that Mondo, hat in hand, went to Mattel, and they're like, hey, we'd like to go do 2000X figures. Your IP, of course, we pay you, all that. Mattel's like, great, go ahead, with our blessings. Mattel, like Bob Mattel, after the call, ran downstairs to design, and he's like, I need 2000X figures, half the price of Mondo, on the shelves. So catty and dramatic and bitchy, and I'm here for it. It's classic Mattel figure. Like,
they're like, it's totally cool. Let them do it because we're gonna sell it at like $25, and everybody's gonna buy our stuff, right? Like that's what's gonna happen here. Okay.
Hello, Toys of the time gone by. I picked the Origins 2000X for the things I want. So it'll be a little bit after this where we talk about Origins 2000X, but it's definitely on the docket because
yes.
And I'll elaborate a little bit more on my Mondo thing. And Battle Ram Adam of the Battle Ram blog, one of my toy research historian archivist heroes. Nice to see you, Adam. Exactly. Like they're great for behind the glass. They're just not really toys, and that's fine. If that's your jam, like, I'm happy for you that somebody's making what you want. I just wish the conversation was more accurate as far as what Mondo technically is, rather than what it, is trying to say it's something else. So.
Excuse me.
They said they were going to try, at least last year, they said they were going to try to keep it under $100. And I'd just like to point out to everybody that $99.99 is under $100. And I know that sounds like splitting hairs, but that's how they get away with making statements like that.
60% of the time it works every time.
Well, also, they're going to try to, but that was also before sort of tariffs changed.
I was going to say a lot changed since that announcement.
Collecting things. So, like, price-wise, if these clock in anywhere between like $65 to $150, I'm gonna be pretty forgiving of them for not being able to get it under $100 if it's $50 the other side, just because the cost of everything it's gonna take to make these and to get them here has changed significantly over the last few months. So
I think they've got a relationship with Mattel. Their relationship, like their agreement with Ghostbusters, looks very fishy, and looks very much like they're paying like an absorbent amount to Hasbro to you know, the Ghost Corps, all that. So I mean, I think that's why like the Ghostbusters price is so odd because it's 101 or 202. But I mean, I
We've
do
kind of
think
had
that
that conversation where companies can get around a non-compete, right? Because Hasbro, although they're not putting out necessarily 112 figures regularly, HasLab aside, right? They're the ones that still own the master license. They do all that. One of the things that another company can do to get around that as kind of a non-compete is that they could drastically overcharge for an
Yep.
item. So that way, like Hasbro, the toy company, will be like, there's no way we'd ever charge anything like that. So it's not really
Well,
competing with our product. Now, with that, though, it is one of these deals because they are licensing it from Hasbro. You know, it's not like they're doing some kind of shady thing where they're going off on their own and doing this. They are paying Hasbro for the license, and you know that factors into it. And you're right, it's weird because it's like 101 for the single Ghostbuster and then like 202
that's weird
for
for
the Ghostbuster and the, you know, the additional ghost. It's such an odd price bracket, and it's almost like I wonder if it's like you can sell within these ranges, so they're like we're going to go just inside that range, whatever it is. I don't know, but either way, I'm loving the look of them though. They're freaking gorgeous. And
Oh, absolutely.
honestly, that Janine that they showed off,
I'm talking about her.
Yeah.
chef's kiss. Oh, yeah, that's the freaking toy of Janine I wanted as a child.
Yeah.
It's a toy of Janine all of us wanted. We just
This
didn't.
weekend, I was like, this is my weekend of Janine. There's going to be like, I know Mondo's going to do it, and Hasbro's got this Ecto Glow Fever, and maybe they would be correct to do a retro one of her elsewhere. I was like, this is the weekend, and I was like half correct. Like,
right.
They
It
showed that. Oh, I was gonna say they showed that Janine, and then I very quickly remembered where my thing for redheads came from.
Without a doubt, it was that Slimer, that kissing Slimer, wasn't it, Derek? I knew it.
It was because I was like, I want to be Slimer. I want to
Right?
be that.
I knew
No, I
a guy
wanna
in
be-
college that was
That-
called Slimer.
And then I proceeded to date like 3 or 4 redheads and marry one and then divorce one.
There you go.
for me, it was Queen Marlena, you know, just old gingers with money.
She didn't help either.
Before we move to the next slide, one last sort of comment I had. I feel like it's sort of been for Mattel to have 2000 and X stuff coming. It has to in Origins. It has to have been in the works for a while. One of the things I've noticed with how Masterverse works in relations to Origins is that Mattel tends to release sort of versions of what's going on in Origins and Masterverse, sort of synergize with each other. My guess is when these start hitting, Masterverse is going to be completely shifting pretty soon to movie figures. So my take, because of the scale of these allegedly being sort of classics Masterverse scale, is that probably part of why Mattel licensed these is they're not going to have room to do 2000 and X in the scale when they're doing it in Origins. So it may, if my take on it, the way I'm reading the situation is right, it would make sense to license it out to Mondo to do something that technically isn't even competing with Masterverse, but
Not
is
even.
scale-wise vaguely compatible. So that was
Weirdly enough,
my thought.
the Origins line is actually probably more close to
Oh no!
Oh,
Damn
no.
you, Canada!
Canada strikes again. Andrew was going to make a point. And he's.
I'm gonna rage with Justin Trudeau until he fixes Andrew's internet.
the internet's fantastic. It's like StreamYard hates me. Like this happens every
Yeah,
time.
and it's more StreamYard. I pay too much for StreamYard and they suck worse than when it was free.
Yeah. I was thinking like no, like but I mean like as I understand it from I think it was Pixel Dan's video or maybe Toy, I forget, but it was like the Origins 2000X is probably pushing more 6 to 7 inch, especially when you stand them like perfectly upright because their knees actually work like knees. So it is an odd scale. Like it's not this, but
Yeah.
it's not Origin. Like it's its own scale, which is really strange. So I'm like,
Interesting.
who's it for?
They're pulling a Toddy Mac with it, and I'm okay with that.
Well, Todd is only going to have Spawn in a couple months, so good for them. So proud him out. Next out, you picked this one also as things you liked, but probably won't pick up.
You know, I'm absolutely in love with this Mephisto figure all the way around. It just reminds me of the first time I'm flipping through a comic book and I see Mephisto for the first time, and I'm like, who just that whole man, this dude is wild. He is pure evil. And of course he lives up to that in every which way through and through his character. And then not only is he that kind of accurate comic height for the heroes and stuff around him, mind you, he changes sizes depending on what book he's in, who's drawing him, and what size they need him. But then them including this throne with it, I could use that throne with so much other stuff too. Like, it doesn't just have to be for him. And just man, and again, it's a lot of people pointing out that it's Skull on Danzig's album. Well, Danzig's album was based off of the comic cover from Chris Starr, and we kind of got that a couple years. The nods are there that I'm hoping we get more along with those lines too. Like, hey guys, I like this. So yeah, no doubt, absolutely love this guy. Unfortunately, with everything else we're going on right now, just gonna have to pass on it for the price again. Just not there for it.
I don't tend to do Marvel Legends in general, so this is cool, but I couldn't even. I mean, it's a little too elaborate to sort of slide into a Motu, as Orca's throne or some such. So.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Kudos to Marvel Legends. They actually got my sister to buy a Marvel Legends figure finally, so that's something.
My only one is Chris Starr. In a while, I have some of the older lady figures, but Chris Starr is the first one I've bought this year.
Yeah, I think Chris Starr and Rom are the only two. I almost got that She-Hulk because it was really rad looking, but yeah, those are the only two. I wish they would do more Chris Starr figures.
And like I said, with the throne, I'm hoping that's yes, we're 100% going into this a little bit more.
That's really cool.
I like Ross, but not enough to pay for this.
Just he'll pivot a lot.
Well, they did show Warbow from Marvel Legends, Chris Starr. So I'm like, I think y'all are in. I think we're gonna get OGO.
What's going on there? Yeah. I was another big fan of Rom. I think he's great. I haven't found him in store yet, and I said if I found him in store, I'd pick him up.
I never saw him in
those
store.
Comics. Absolutely love those comics as a kid.
At some point.
I'll tell you right now, Rom's got some serious space cake. He got that booty.
Oh yeah. Notice that. He's giving Grayson a run for the money in the toy booty department. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's badonkadonk, badonkadonk.
Yeah.
Marvel Rivals chicks, just big cake.
Back in my day, cosmic cake meant something different, but okay.
Well, this is my day, and it means booty.
Cosmic cake used to mean you could dance at the rave all night long.
That's it.
Exactly. Which is why we should buy figures in general, even if it's not a line you collect. If it's
meant to be fun. Have a good time.
I select Marvel Legends that I like, and he's definitely one of them. Because again, I used to have those comics. They were like a penny a piece at different yard sales because they were nobody was collecting ROM comics. So everywhere I'd go and there'd be one, I'm just like, oh yeah, let me get all these comics.
And get 15 for a nickel.
Right? Yeah. And he had crossovers with everybody because those damn dire rates were popping up all over the place. The first issue I picked up was because it had the X-Men in it. And then I was like, wait a minute, who's this Rom guy? And I started, learning about him. And I was like, this is so cool. I want more.
I was like that with Moon Knight for a hot minute. I'd find Moon Knight comics constantly, original runs and stuff. I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going to buy me a Moon Knight. Why not? Get a bushel of Moon Knight comics for 15 cents. Sure.
100%. I'd see like ROM and Micronauts at like yard sale.
Yeah.
There's a thing where it's like everyone I know, like we've all had ROM and Micronaut comics, but we've never actually like purchased one. Like it's always sort of like just been in the ether. Like everyone sort of like trades it for something else.
It comes in a lot.
Yeah.
You're like,
It's
here's
like
the three I need and ROM.
your parents walked into a comic book shop, and the comic guy's like, "Finally, I can sell some of these issues to somebody who has no idea what they're getting." And
Look, here's
you've
number
got
one.
the pennies and apples of comic book Halloween candy.
Yes. I kind of feel like Ron is the Stomper. Do you guys remember Stompers, the little truck toys?
Yeah.
ROM is to random comic book collections and buying them up and finding them at garage sales as Stompers are to car collections that are passed down from sibling to sibling to cousin to cousin. You don't know how a Stomper got in there, but it's in there. There may be 3 or 4.
Like triple.
And that's also one of the things that made it so hard to actually collect the ROM comics, because I started hunting them down to get them in.
That's the weird thing. You can't hunt them down. You just have to it's like Narnia. You can't look for it.
Right? Like I'm going around to different yard sales, different flea markets, and it's like I'm getting all prime numbers and stuff like that. Issues 1, 7, 19, 25. And then I go to another one and I'm getting a couple more. And even with that, I still had gaps where I'm missing an issue or two, but it was kind of fun to see what I could pick up, because they weren't making them anymore by the time I'm getting them. It was a done run. So this guy right here, as much as I hate it, and I have specific reasons for that, I freaking want it. I've continued to say I love that they go through and they're making new characters, they're adding to the lore, they're deepening it, they're giving us stuff that we've never had before, and I love it, because that's how you're really going to keep it alive. You got to keep putting new stuff into it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, I know you said we only get one rant, but I think a couple of us are agreed on this. A little pissed off because we're doing cartoon collection.
Right.
We have a Scorpion character in the Horde.
Here it is.
And we still can't get a fucking Scorpia?
Right.
So that's
Come
not
on.
a rant. That's not a rant. That's a valid concern.
Come on. This is supposed to be
And I have concerns.
Granted, he's a Horde character. It's the year of the Horde and Shira's 40th. Where's my Shira shit? Come on.
But also, let's just take a moment to look at his helmet. It's almost as if they've made Scorpia into a man. So
it's 100% what it is.
You know how the fandom hates that.
It's perfect, gorgeously designed. Like the silhouettes, the lines. She's it's the perfect design. And then this is, admittedly, this is actually great. I saw this, and I'm like, ooh, cool, but also eat shit, because I want my Scorpion.
Yeah, I was like, that is badass and cool looking. Still missed the mark, Mattel. You were going for it. You were aiming at the bullseye, and you went for a wide right, and I'm not for it.
For the moment, because this will be a Mattel, and I'll sort of chat a bit about that when I get to my stuff. But because it's Mattel Creations, I do think Scorpia is a retail character. So being that this is Origins, not cartoon collection, I'm willing to give them a little bit more leeway with this one than I would be if this was going to retail.
I'll make some exceptions, but just know, Mattel, I know you're watching. I'm not happy.
Yeah, they follow me all the time.
Yeah.
Usually when I'm in their store, and anyway.
Their lobby.
Yeah, they're like, you look much bigger on your way out than you did coming in. It's like, I just got a boxy butt.
Right?
Nobody's going to buy that Stridor anyway.
Yeah, nobody's buying that, But again, even when they were doing the Masters of the WWE Universe and they had Sting in that, and he had the kind of like stinger weapons and stuff. I was like,
Right.
all right, that's really cool. I wouldn't mind seeing like some kind of scorpion type character, come out of this. And sure enough, they delivered several years later. And he looks cool as hell. He really does. Like I said, aside from the thing about Scorpia, I think this is a great new addition. I'm glad we're getting, again, more than what we had as kids in
I'm
Origins.
just glad it's a horde person and not a snake
Yes.
a snake man. So
Yeah, let's pump the brake. Well,
Hey,
I was gonna say let's pump the brakes on the snake people, but
I love my snakes. But yeah, there are other factions.
there are only like 3 more characters, original characters that Axel has created. No, like 5 more that have not been made into figures.
I was gonna say, depending whether they're full snakes or not, really determines that number. But yeah.
But there's like 5. I counted the other day for myself. Hello,
Yeah, what do we got?
Toy Connections. He's out of
Out of control. So yeah.
And you also picked the other Horde member coming through Mattel Creations.
I gotta get Dragstore again. First off, like you can barely see on the bottom corner of this image the pull cords there.
Yeah,
we couldn't give Orko a damn pull cord, but we're gonna make sure that Dragstore has it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Because I was a little disappointed when certain characters didn't get the action features, and I get it. You want to keep the modularity. That's cool. But there are certain characters where the feature is such an integral part of the toy.
Yeah.
You really do lose something when it doesn't have it. And this is one of those ones. Same thing, like if we ever get Twistoid, like if those guys don't have pull cords, like you're missing the idea of the figure. I know Classics, they did their own thing with that, but it's it's a core part of the toy. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really, really happy to see that we've got a Dragstore. He's got the pull cord. We're getting the feature with this one. And that put it right there in that gotta have it. Like this one is one that I want and will buy because it's got it. Same thing with Cyclone. When Cyclone came out and he could actually spin.
Yeah.
I was a little worried.
Well, there's some characters where I feel like leaving out the action feature is acceptable. I don't think Dragstore is one of those.
Yeah, I mean, at first, like when Cobra Khan came out, I was like, "Oh, come on! Why doesn't he squirt? I had so much fun squirting the hell out of everybody with that figure." But I get it. You can kind of get that same look, at least with the effect. So like, okay, I can get over it.
Well, also in the case of Cobra Khan, they've gotten so much reuse out of his parts by not making
they have
action feature oriented. So,
damn it, Canada!
We lost Andrew again.
Oh my goodness! It seems like everything went wrong since Canada came. No, that's not true.
This wouldn't happen if Neil Peart was still alive.
Yes. And this is because the Anne Murray doctrine of 1979 has to be renewed.
Drumming would keep the signal working.
Katy Perry came to Canada, and it's not been the same since. So I blame all of you.
Damn it, Katy Perry!
Hey, I've done my part to stop the spread of Katy Perry, and unfortunately, I'm only one woman.
Look, she read with Kanye in the ET video, and everything's gone to shit since.
She went to space and didn't stay. I mean, it's just... Once she violated the Reagan McNeil prophecy of you're going to die up there, and she came back. It's too late.
She was looking for another lover.
I never really thought of it before, but like every time I hear Dragstore now, I'm all like RuPaul's Dragstore, and I just got to do I got to get to Photoshop like ASAP and make this a movie.
I'm not going to lie, I'm all for that too. Let's get that Dragstore also into the line.
Let's just do a Dragstore repaint and like pinks and blues and give them sequins.
Yes, please.
A lot of sequins.
So now we need to get at least 2 Dragstores each. Period.
Lipstick for the life. Yeah, full lipstick for your life with this wheels spinning.
Dragstoria. It would be Dragstoria.
I'll try to put an Underglow kit under my drag store now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so y'all
Next.
know I'm a big fan of the Scooby-Doo.
Yes.
Last year was a big hit with me when Jada showed off they were doing Scooby-Doo. Hasn't freaking changed. I'm still waiting. And
Yeah.
they're just showing me more of what I want. And this is one of the best things right here too, is that one of the repeat monsters characters from last year that they showed in full monster form. I love that this year they brought it back, but they showed here's the human head on it, and he's got
Yeah.
an accessory that's just like the crumpled up mask, not just another head sculpt that you can put beside him or that he can put in his hand.
Yeah.
No, like they molded a crumpled up version of his face from the first head sculpt that you can get with this. Just that extra thought, those kinds of extra details. Because I mean, like I've got the ones that came out from Walmart. I love them. They're great. They look good on the shelf. These just look better, and they come with Scooby snacks. And I would do that for a Scooby snack.
You need heavy Scooby snacks. You're gonna lose instantly. Like
I haven't lost the dog biscuit that came with my Marauders 1/18th scale articulated German Shepherd. See, still got biscuit. It is a small biscuit.
it's not surprising. It's like I thought going in, I'm like, oh, I wouldn't mind like the Scooby. And again, Jada prices are really good, so like I wouldn't mind just the Scooby kids and that's that. But like this is kind of turning into a Batman where I'm like, I don't care about Batman. I want to know about the villains. So every time they release a new villain, I'm like, ooh, I'm just like, I want that actually.
That is what's cool about this line is they're actually because there's been Scooby-Doo lines in the past, but
Yeah,
they've never really released any of like the bad guys or the villains. And
you get the
there's
villains.
a couple that are like really like the sea monster guy. The creeper looks cool. That's classic. But like
Creeper's
I know
classic.
there's also the space creep. I think is the name. Yeah, that looks awesome. Awesome.
I've got over here on the shelf like that series, that 30th anniversary series that came out at Walmart. They had 2 packs where you got one of the kids and one of the classic monsters. So it was like a no-brainer. Bought them. But the monsters are really in static poses, and most of them, their feet are molded in weird positions so that you can't really stand them.
Yeah.
Like you've got to kind of lean them up against stuff to really make it work, or again, use a figure stand, which is fine. You can use those. That's great. But these are like, again, fully articulated action figures that Jada's been killing it on the articulation. And so with that, like, I know you can get some, again, just look at what we're getting here. Just with this, I mean, some of it looks kind of basic, but
Like Scooby's like posed like he's like Psylocke from Marvel Legends. Like he's just all like that's a dog dog figure. He looks
he's got sexy beach vibes going right now.
He's like back arch ass up. I'm like, get your Scooby snacks, Scooby.
Oh, he's working for him. That's what he's doing. He's working for it.
Yeah, right in front of my salad. I mean, he's just going for it.
You think this line will make it all the way to the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo with Vincent Price?
I don't think we'll get that far.
Because I want that little kid. I want that little kid in the yellow sweatsuit.
Okay, I was gonna say Scrappy Dog, but I didn't know anybody wanted Scrappy.
No, I'm talking completely out my ass.
When Scrappy arrives, the line is done.
Yeah,
it's not on a Toy Tube channel.
Well, and that could be the other fun thing too, right? You go get your Superpowers Batman, where he's painted up like he was from Super Friends. The little black mask at the eyebrows and everything, and you can pop it right in here and have your adventures. Then I'm going to want to see like Superpowers version of Kiss figures so that I want to get all the figures adjacent to the Scooby-Doo meetups.
Phyllis Diller.
Yes. Give me my Phyllis Diller action figure now.
Jonathan Winters.
Mama
Sandy
Cat.
Duncan. Don Knotts.
Yeah. Just all the
Davy Jones.
Would Sandy Duncan come with a removable glass eye?
That's a non-starter, of course.
Okay.
It's got to. I mean, if they can give me a crumpled mask, they can give me an artificial eye that I could lose in 2 seconds.
Knots.
Yeah, pops are right out.
But
that would make a great action feature.
Depending on the scale, they could reuse the head sculpt for Three's Company.
Hey, there you go.
Who
We
also
got
figures out.
Three's Company's figures coming out. What
I
the
know,
hell,
it's really
Syndicate?
Get me Joyce DeWitt.
Yep. And
Yeah,
Chrissy, nothing.
Chrissy
Not the
and
other
It's a Legal Beagle playset.
Look, we
That
got
would
all
be
three
good.
of them, but
With
we don't have the
Lana.
ropers yet. And I can't have all the crazy antics without the ropers. I need
Nope.
them.
You gotta have
Need
Mrs.
it.
Roper and a captain.
Now
All
that's
right.
a playset.
Next on your list,
Okay, so this one, huge for me. All right, for
Baltimore.
many of you may not realize I am from Baltimore. I am a proud Baltimorean, which we don't say often. I'm even wearing purple for my Ravens. I got orange on for the O's. And you know, it Big Bad Workshop right now, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Just like Big Bad Toy Store went from being a toy retailer to we're gonna make toys too. We're gonna make them ourselves. We're gonna make our own and we're gonna sell them. And super excited to see them do this. I mean, first off, the accessories that are coming with it, hell yeah, that bookcase is gonna go great next to the grandfather clock that I got with the Red Death, which is one of Poe's works. Now, the one gripe that I had is that they were like trying to make it some big mystery about Poe. They were all like, "What happened in those 3 days?" Kind of thing. And it's like, I'll tell you what happened. Like everybody else that comes to Baltimore, he got addicted to drugs and OD'd in 3 days. Honestly, I'm surprised it took that long. That's just what happens when you come to Baltimore. Go watch The Wire; you'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
But the fact that we're getting an actual is that Poe or a character from his stories? That's Poe. Now, some people will tell you that he puts himself in a lot of those in a lot of his stories. So it could be just yes, but I'm really again just excited to see what we're doing with Raven Society, what it's going to be all about in the long run. Is it going to be some kind of like crazy story? Are we just going to pull characters from his literary works and make them? Because sometimes, like, they're not even named like the characters within the story. You're just reading from a person's perspective and what's going on around them. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. But starting off with this, it was an automatic. Yes, I'm going to get this. Poe has influenced my life since I started reading his works as a young kid. Probably shouldn't have read his works as a young kid, but you know what? It sent me down a dark path, and I've enjoyed hanging out here ever since. I'm not complaining.
You live in Baltimore. It was dark anyway.
Yeah, it was. There was needles all over the place too, and I'm just crawling around trying to find my way through stuff.
Baltimore, where life is cheap and the crab cakes are amazing.
Yes, they are.
Adam said something about how his head's too big on the figure. Adam, Poe had a very, very large head. I encourage you to go back and watch season 1 or 2 of Venture Brothers. Return to the House of Mummies. Poe had a big head.
Yeah, that Poe is often depicted as having a big head on his body.
Like that was one hell of a cranium.
His noggin. And when it's that big, you call it a noggin.
Yes, he was full blown noggin.
That there be noggin.
Quip is here.
Yeah, Quip.
Stick around, Quip. You're gonna see me get more buzzed.
Yeah.
There's whiskey in that mug.
Next.
Put it in my body.
As if it were any surprise that we got the 4 horsemen, like everything else they were showing off, already really kind of known it's coming. Even this, like, knew it was coming. Of course, the last time I saw this at a con, they were just kind of showing it off at Legion's Con. They had just announced it. They were talking about the fact that the minis for the Mythic Legions D&D game are quite literally their 1/12 scale figures downscaled to 132 scale, I believe it is. Which is insane to think about that, but they've still got all the freaking detail that they do at 112. So a couple weeks ago, they had kind of announced what the cover of the book was going to look like. A lot of people noticed that one particular character on the cover of the book was not a toy that was already out. So last Wednesday, Jeremy went in and explained a lot more about how the game's going to play out. And one of those things is like, in D&D, you get classes, or, things of that nature. With this, they're just straight up calling them like, this is your job, right? This is what you are. So the figure they showed off was a paladin cleric, and that's that kind of like black and yellow thing. I mean, they quite possibly are, Adam. They quite possibly are. Um, the questionable black and gold makes me feel like, he's made some rough choices in his life and somehow ended up a Steelers fan. But that's cool. That's okay. I get it. Some people are flawed. Not everybody's perfect. I got you.
Well, it's not like it's the Wizards. Sorry.
Right? I mean, it could be the
Sports.
Wizard. Not a Wizard of Oz, but anyway, I was super excited to just see like you can they've kind of got it displayed there with the maps down below, so you can kind of take a look at that. They're going to have character cards for people who may not really know much about D&D, not a lot about how to build a character. So like you can get cards with it. They talked a lot more about the Kickstarter and were really showing this off, fully for the first time. And it was great that they had that there. And I am stupid excited to get this. Years ago, we had talked about running a D&D campaign on the Clubhouse, like once a month or something. And never kind of got around to it, but that's kind of because over time they've introduced more kind of stuff like this that it's like, all right, well, that's kind of what I was looking to do anyway. So, since it's here now, might as well just wait for the actual official release. Now, this will be a crowdfund. It's going to be on Kickstarter, and we are certainly hoping that this will back and it will fund. I did manage to get myself one of these current paladins, and then Jeremy said, yesterday that they're going to have them in different colors, so I didn't need to get it in Steelers colors. That'll be determined when the Kickstarter comes out, because it's not like I'm just going to want one paladin. I'm going to want a couple.
This seems like something that I'm surprised it took so long. I'm like, this was sort of baked into the whole. I'm sort of like, oh, this is new. Like, what?
So it's funny that you bring that up, because like a lot of this high fantasy stuff like came through or is influenced from Dungeons and Dragons and of that nature. But even Jeremy said that, okay, so like Eric Treadaway, he's kind of got all of this comes from in his head basically, and then Jeremy helps him flesh out the lore and everything like that amongst it. But there are certain aspects of a game or that are relevant to the rules and how the game can be played that don't transition well, or that they hadn't even really thought of. Like, what are the days of the week in Mythos?
Yeah. I guess it's
how many hours are in a day?
Yeah.
So these are things that they've never actually contemplated that you kind of need to have for this game to function. So they've had to go in and come up with that kind of stuff. They have said that there is now an official number of days of the week in the world of Mythos. There are definitively what do you say, like they have an extra hour a day, because our clock always goes to 12. Theirs is going to go to 13. There's more days in a month, and there's more hours in a day, because they always talk about there not being enough time to get things done, so they kind of added that because they always want that, so they could. But again, that's going to have an effect on how the game plays out. So yeah, again, there's things like that. The skeleton, figures. Well, how does one exactly attack a skeleton with a sword? Are you going to stab it through the heart that's not there? So like, what holds the skeleton together with no muscles? so that it doesn't just fall apart as it's walking. Things like that. So they had to like explain how the magic works to have them reanimated. I mean, also the fact that the skeletons are a species. Well, how does one get born a skeleton as opposed to just a reanimated skeleton from the dead?
Well, when a mommy skeleton and a daddy skeleton,
when he shows her that boner,
hang out and have some fortified wine, and the daddy skeleton gives the mama skeleton a back rub.
It always starts with that back rub.
That's how we had Henry. I'm sorry.
He loves hearing the origin of his conception on his birthday.
We'll keep no secrets from our son. There will come a point where he's like, Dad, when did you and Mom decide to have kids? About the time she asked for a massage on her birthday.
But yeah, it again, this was something awesome that I kind of been waiting to see more about. Glad I got to see more of it, and definitely I'm backing that Kickstarter when it hits.
Did Canadian internet officially take Andrew away from us? Because I will go start a land war with Canada if they're going to try to do that to me.
Pick me up, Derek. I'm with you.
We fucking ride at dawn, son.
We're going to war with Canada. Not for any political reasons, but because we want to.
No, they've done nothing to me politically. They're stopping me from talking to my friend. I don't like that.
And I'm not okay with it.
Well, that means we're in the right place for Oz. Now it's time in the evening for Oz to give his rant.
So, my rant here. This is a fucking simple one because I've already touched on it. All you motherfuckers that bitched and complained so much about the damn snake layer not looking like the fucking concept last year. Swear to fucking God, if you're all not backing that shit tomorrow when it goes live, I may actually explode on freaking Saturday. You bitch and campaign for them to take it back until it looks like the concept and it's not your snake layer. And since they announced the price, that's all I hear is, oh, it's too much. It's too much. Well, tough shit. It's what you fucking wanted. It's literally what you wanted. So back that shit tomorrow. Damn it, I wanted the one we were going to get last year. And if anything, you guys only made this snake play set cheaper. Go back the shit because I want my fucking snake layer. End rant. Thank you. Thank you. I don't get enough credit for that rant.
I only heard half of it. Still, I'm like, damn, you go, boy.
I was fucking pissed. I was heated. Even before I got to Saturday, when I went off about it in the morning, I was heated.
And to be fair, they did rework the structure of the
tiers.
crowdfund.
Yeah. So the tiers are changed up now. There's no more 10,000 backer tier. We're going to get the Chimera Steed. One tier down from before. I think that's all really great. It's amazing.
They made some really good changes, but like the day before,
right?
Because I'm sure it'll come up in things I say, but I had some concerns of like, well, how they were structuring it, but the concerns I had in regards to the structure and approach to it, I kind of feel like they addressed it today and how they changed it up. So I think a little bit more positive about it moving forward.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I mean, when it opens tomorrow, we'll see how it does. But
and again, that's fine. And when it comes to the price for this thing, like I know last year they were talking about it being a little bit more than what this one cost. Last year's playset was freaking massive, though, man.
Oh, it's huge. And it had a built-in vehicle too.
And not only did it have the vehicle, Lady Slither had her Dommy Mommy room. Come on now. I wanted the shit out of that playroom. And it was right over the hatchery, which was perfect because after she bred and she fertilized her eggs and she dropped them down in the hatchery, she's going to just drop that loser in there and he's going to get 8 when the babies hatch.
It's often been said that Oz is like a horny David Attenborough.
Just a little bit, especially when it comes to reptiles. But no, I was just
horny David Attenborough.
No.
Horny and wet.
Scales, baby. Scales and fangs. I'm all for it. But yeah, no, it was honestly like I was so down for what they showed off last year, and like, you know, the fact that we didn't get to the point where we got a definitive price on what it was gonna be, like,
Right.
and people were just like, no, not having it. Get rid of that shit. It looks like Imaginext. Well, Mattel makes Imaginext. What the fuck do you expect?
Yeah. Yeah. My thought was, you know, the design was supposed to look like if the vintage line had continued 1987, what would a playset look like?
Yeah.
And to me, last year's Snake Lair looked like a natural, like what you would do after Eternia. Because Eternia is certainly sculpted far better than Gray Skull or Snake Mountain or the Fright Zone. But whatever.
We do owe a little thanks to that initial Snake Lair in the Vitriol, because that was kind of the starting off point of what would lead to Retro Cavalcade. Because Allison, you and I were like,
Cavalcade was
it's like, you know what? Let's do a stream. You and me do a stream. I think it was like right after I got off work. I managed to get home, shower, and it's like, you know what? Let's do more of these. Let's go. Let's lock and go. So thank you, failed Snake Lair.
Right, and again, you know, they took it back. They retooled the whole thing. Yeah. And Mattel's giving you what you want, people. So make sure you buy it, even if it is $300, because it's what you wanted.
Well, I mean, that horse on its own would be about $30-$40. Two figures, $20-$25 each.
How much was New Eternia Panther? I can't remember. What was he, about $35-$40?
I think it was 40.
Yeah,
about 40, just shy, right in there. Yeah, that Chimera horse alone is probably, if you put that retail, is probably about $30 to $40.
And it's noteworthy that the Panther was also reusing a lot of existing tooling. So
that they already used.
Yeah. The horse is all new tooling, and they won't be able to reuse it because it's unless they do another snake horse. So
anyway. That's the other big thing about that horse too. Like when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, cool! They've got horse parts now." So I better see a Swift win.
Yeah.
But I still knew that, like, after I could see the details on the horse legs, I was like, "Oh, I hope Swift wins not all scaly. They need to retool these."
You can do Anti-Eternia Swiftwind, which I think would be incredible. Like red and black, bony Swiftwind.
It's just Swiftwind.
That'd be cool. I'd be down for that.
Swiftwind sometimes gets eczema, so
yeah. So anyway,
I mean,
snake horse. Come on, that's great. That's freaking awesome. Snores.
I have no skin in this game, but I mean, like, I think both look good. Like, I like both, and I mean, I don't care which one goes because I'm not buying either. But like, I think they both look good. But the fact is, I mean, like, people complained last year that they wanted precisely this.
Bingo.
And then you got it, and then you're like, oh, I don't like the price. Well, they had to do it twice because you're bitches. Tariffs, because some of y'all are bitches too. But like, so like these things are happening, and I'm just sort of like, look, I've seen you pay $202 for Ghostbusters. I've seen you pay how much for a sail barge. I've seen you and I've seen you guys pay for every single HasLab ever, be they good or not, be they outrageously priced or not, and you're still complaining about this. I'm like,
yeah. For some reason, this is the bugaboo. This is the bugaboo.
This one is like.
How much was Mondo Battle Cat? Could somebody remind me?
Oh Christ!
Oh man, that was 400.
Anyway.
Yeah,
that was 400. It was just a cat. It was a house cat sized battle cat, but you know, yeah. Again,
I think all in you were about $425 on that.
Yeah,
tax and shipping. I think.
I mean, like this, you're getting the gun, right? And it's
the
gun.
Getting some great features with this. So it's your classic clamshell, and design wise, it is almost verbatim what you wanted, but you have a flip down gun. You have great things going on inside. You have, is
There's an elevator.
Yeah, there's an elevator. Who doesn't love an elevator? That's
You
like the
got
best
an
part
Need the
about it.
elevator.
When the
Need
elevator
a chandelier.
they can't get through the tunnel, but that's okay. You got an elevator. You got
I'll run
the
that
gun.
pocket. I'll run that pocket quip.
So look, you're still getting the Iron Maiden. The Iron Maiden comes with it. There's now a snake weapons rack because it's not a Mattel playset without a weapons rack.
That's
Oh,
true.
you got it.
That's exclusive to the playset. It's exclusive to the playset. We're not reusing one. It's all new.
Look, having a weapons rack in a He-Man playset is like being a cover band in Illinois. Oh, you're gonna play an REO Speedwagon song and a Cheap Trick song. You have
And you're gonna like it.
You have to. It's in our state constitution.
It's time to bring the ship into the shore and throw away the oars forever.
I don't want to fight this feeling anymore.
I'm tired of fighting it.
I'm pretty certain my dad fucked Kevin Cronin's sister. Anyway.
Have you
I
forgotten?
will not totally foster this kind of behavior.
I'm sorry, what?
Also written into the Constitution, though, Derek?
What, fucking Kevin Cronin's sister?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe.
It's got to be somewhere. It's a written rule.
Right.
I'll never tell.
They may not have the dummy mommy room anymore, but they've got the stocks for it.
Yeah.
Y'all know that was their footboard.
Yeah. So this was actually one of Derek's first, must-haves.
I do really want this. I really, really do. I do think I can understand the sticker shock when it comes to the playset as a whole. But I mean, and here's where I kind of have a critique of Mattel. I think Mattel needs to have a little more showmanship and salesmanship.
Right.
And this is coming from a dude who sold cars for 8 years. I hate the phrase, you got to sell the sizzle. I hate that. What I prefer to say is you got to build the value. And I really feel like they needed to get ahead of this, do a special presentation or what have you, or YouTube stream or whatever, building the value in this. And I think no matter what you would have done, you were going to have vitriol because exactly like Oz said, and I left a Motu Facebook group over it because one dude in particular was posting every hour on the hour about this thing. And it was the same asshole who did it a year ago. Bitching about the same stuff. And it's like, dude.
Campaigned about it. Like, it was the worst thing ever. Campaigned for it.
Yeah, bro, go touch grass. Please.
Like, this is the cross you're going to die on? Like, honestly,
yes, there's lots of hills you can die on.
Is?
This is not it. This is not the hill to die on.
People campaigned against last year's
and the guy in particular was somebody who did it.
And when I asked them if they were even planning on getting it, if it funded, even if it looked like this, and they said no. So why the fuck does it even matter?
Why do you care?
Yeah.
Why do you care? So I do like.
You're forgiven, Todd. I appreciate you.
Damn you, Todd. Damn you're
the only good Todd we know.
Yeah, please don't ruin that, Todd. You're the good Todd.
I do think if it was maybe $25 to maybe $50 cheaper, that would soften the blow a little bit. But at the same time, you got to consider, for better or worse, they probably are trying to protect themselves from tariffs a little bit. Because, I mean, Eternia took about a 1.5 to 2 years to ship. If I'm not mistaken, maybe about 2 years on the dot. Who knows what this looks like? I'm sure they would have this done faster than 2 years because it is going to be smaller. It's a classic clamshell. But who knows what's going to happen in the next 1.5 to 2 years? It is a crapshoot. It is also largely, and it is also largely, I would say, 85 to 90% new tooling. That's not cheap, and that is for some reason. And this is coming from a guy.
Tooling.
What's that?
2 times the tooling.
Yeah, 2 times.
They had to make the prototype of the last one too.
2 times.
And if
over 2 years.
Possibly drives me crazy is that
even possibly think that they're not incorporating some of that into this cost.
That cost is going to have to eat it somewhere.
Just don't understand business.
Like I'm sorry. I know there's an evil side to capitalism, but it's not all evil. And sometimes, like they have to spread it out somewhere in order for it to work. That is just the way it is. It sucks. I wish you could wave a magic wand and that wouldn't be the way it is. But you're gonna have to fucking eat it somewhere. That is just the way it is. But
the thing is too, like I don't love defending Mattel, but we've talked about this before, where like the Kickstarter model, it's got to go. And if they did this made to order the way they're doing with Sentinel over at Hasbro, this would be a different conversation.
Yeah,
I gotta completely agree. Made to order would be a much better approach. Everybody's got their feelings about these crowdfund items with the bigger companies. Again, smaller companies, I get it. I really get it. Sometimes that's the only way they're going to get launched because, like, they don't have the networking to go around and find big money bag investors. They got to go to guys like us. Can I get your $40? Can I get the? That's fine. I'm totally cool because they're working with us, for that kind of thing. I get when people have their gripes about these bigger companies doing it. But in reality, one of the big things with the bigger companies here, and again, I don't like defending Mattel and I don't like defending Hasbro. I mean, whatever, they're big companies. I hate all corporations, really. Big corporations anyway. You know what? They don't want to take the risk. And
there's a lot of risk mitigation. Is what it comes
with this, they've already invested a lot of risk. There's a lot of cost to this, just even making a prototype that collectors don't often see. And
exactly. You don't
like,
think of the costs involved with planning something or thinking about something.
They paid somebody to sculpt, prototypes, they paid somebody to paint.
It costs money.
Yeah, they've already invested who knows how much into this.
Yeah. I think we could have had something new this year. If they had made the last year big huge playset, this year we could have gotten Crystal Castle. We could have gotten the Horde Tower. We could have gotten anything. We could have gotten anything with this damn snake layer I'm tired of hearing about.
Right? 2 years. 2 years we've gone on about this fucking snake layer.
And I think Todd has a good point here that there are a lot of people backing other things right now. So like
and that's the hard thing with the crowdfund model. I mean, if you could find a way. So one thing that I think that Mattel does, a strength of theirs compared to Hasbro, or honestly Todd McFarlane, is I feel like Mattel actually gives a shit about what the majority of fans say, think, feel in regards to these brands. Because you got to think a lot of these people are about our age. They grew up with these things too. The people who created these things were throwing spaghetti at the wall and like, we're going to come up with something to make some money. They weren't invested in these things the way we are and the way people working on them are now. So I will, credit where credit is due. Hasbro, the Sentinel is, create on demand. Mattel listens more to their customer base, I feel anyways, by comparison. If you could peanut butter the jelly with that, I think you would have a perfect hybrid for a crowdfund. Is that likely to happen? I don't know. Do I think crowdfunds probably need to go away, at least for a little bit? Yeah, because unfortunately...
It'd be nice if we could catch a break.
Yeah, just let me come up for air for a little bit, man. Just let me breathe. Like, I mean...
Find space, find money.
Yeah, I just tipped my cap to Mattel. Now I'm going to deride them a little bit. A lot of us Origins fans just did the Fright Zone. I got a 6-year-old kid. You don't think he walks in this office and sees shit that he wants, even though I buy him stuff? I bought 2 Fright Zones. Come on now. Let me come up for air for a second. Just let me breathe for like 3 or 4 weeks.
Right.
Yeah, I got other things going on, y'all. Like, this isn't it.
Yeah.
Snake layer is not my number one thing I think about when I wake up in the morning. So,
Yeah.
Look, I'm probably one of the biggest promoters and biggest fans of the Snake Men faction outside of Axel. And even me, it's not the first fucking thing I think about in the morning when I wake up.
Yeah.
But I want it. I want it bad. I've always wanted more from the Snakes. So like I know a lot of people have
for sure.
said over again that they're tired of it. I've loved the last couple of years of Origins that we've gotten so much more out. I mean, this dude is in like 2 panels of a mini comic in the original, and I've got the toy of him now. This is freaking badass. This is what I'm talking about when I say that I love seeing new kind of things come from Origins like this. This is just too cool.
Yeah.
And
one of my favorites has been Necroconda. That's a cool.
Oh my god,
that is a cool figure
concept. Yeah. And he glows in the fucking dark.
He
like
glows
they knew
in the dark.
They were like, we're going to make Oz have nocturnal emissions when we announce this. We've got a snake that glows in the dark.
There are 3 things I get super slutty for: Shauna, translucence, and glow in the darks. So if she comes walking in the room with like a translucent in the dark, I'm screwed.
It's like Voltron Shauna. She's like, I am eternal. I'm glow in the dark.
Like some sort of sexual Voltron, and I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die on the spot.
Yeah. So I know Adam had a comment earlier about a hot take on the fact that a crowdfund and made to order kind of cancel each other out as if it's the same thing because they can cancel made to order if there aren't enough ordered. That's very true. And let's face it, not every made to order is a crowdfund, but every crowdfund is a made to order. They may make a couple of extras to kind of help combat some QC, but once you get those numbers in of the backers, you're not going to get too much more than that outside of, again, maybe a couple of extra. And again, when I'm saying a couple and you're looking at 10,000 backers, they might do 1,000 extra units to cover a certain percentage that they know to expect as acceptable QC issues. Like there is a specific number that they can hit.
Like a Faker's dozen. Yeah.
Right.
Or like, I mean, you have some for not necessarily like, marketing, but I mean like, for shows, for retail things, for whatever. Like you have, it's not like, this is, we make exactly this.
Yeah, that's very rarely how that works with a crowdfund. And definitively with made to order, typically once they hit that number, that's it. There's not going to be any more of that. So you kind of get those. And he also said later that crowdfunds are way more fun. And I got to be completely honest with you. Yes, there is a certain level of an excitement that you get with a crowdfund that when it's made to order, it's like, yeah, I placed my order of 3. Okay, I don't give a shit anymore. And you just kind of walk away from it.
Yeah. See you next year.
You're getting your 3. You're good. You don't have to worry about anything. With a crowdfund, there's a certain level of hype. Like, is it going to back? Yeah. Are we going to make it? Kind of thing. And then there's also that level of anxiety on the flip side because there's the excitement and then the anxiousness. Like, oh, shit, we're not going to back.
Yeah.
I don't love this. Like, I live a pretty boring life. Like I don't want this drama. Like I want this thing. If it doesn't get made, I don't. But then I have to watch the charts and I have to watch live streams for them to comment on the charts. And I'm like, just give me the thing. Like I don't need all this drama.
Right? I want to buy it and be done. Like I want to be good to go on that.
That's it.
And fortunately, when they announced that it was going to be a crowdfund project, I kind of was like, damn it, why'd they have to go that route? I thought the fan vote thing was kind of neat, although the way they did the fan vote 100% skewed the result. And I think they knew that was going to happen, which is kind of why they did it. I think they knew that the snake layer on its own would not make it as the number 1 choice. But if you muddy the waters enough, right? Because again, You had a percentage of people like me who, yes, they did pick Snake Lair as the primary. And then you had a bunch of other people that were like, I'm going to go pick Fright Zone because I want to make sure that we get a Fright Zone. And I'm not sure, since they're putting it in this list, that we will. Other
But
people
also,
are like,
they split the price zone because they're like, do you want vintage price zone or Filmation-y price zone?
Nation-y
Doom
price
Tower.
zone.
So you're like, which one?
right?
So anyone who wants a price zone or a horde headquarters, you're like, it splits the vote.
Right. And then, with that, then it was also just kind of like, you had the people who were like, okay, so I've got my horde play set, or I've got my attack track. And yeah, it'd be cool if the Snake Men had a base, because they've never had their own official base outside of, Skeletor left the key, left the door unlocked to Snake Mountain, and boom, Snake Men are back and we're moving back in. It's happened in a couple of the lores, so that's like
Just
basically
left the door open, them snake men's gonna get in. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness.
Jeffrey didn't close Snake Mountain.
Yeah, it's
Oh
it's
my
skewed
goodness.
this whole thing. So anyway, tomorrow, go back this fucking thing so we can all
Yeah.
get bitching about it.
Have fun.
I swear to God, if this haunts my San Diego Comic-Con 2026, I'm stopping YouTubing.
The ghost
Oh,
of
you're
Snake
nuts.
Lair.
Come on.
And on that note,
Woo!
this is one of Derek's also.
I'm just excited for this. We're getting some mounts and a bad guy. That's really all I gotta say. I was
puppets.
much like Andrew. I was getting very concerned. Like, are we gonna make more of these? I mean,
Yeah.
Well, especially
And-
like now all those nacelle toys like went on clearance.
Yeah.
And I kind of thought it was because, yes, Nacelle's putting them on clearance because we're about to announce a bunch of new stuff.
I didn't think that.
Oh, I did. Just
no,
because
that's
again,
not.
I was
Yeah,
on clearance.
I
I
thought
didn't
like
necessarily
uh-oh.
think it was going to be wave 2 of stuff that was going on clearance, but I knew they were going to show new stuff. But since day one, when they announced Sectars, we didn't have the steeds, we didn't have the puppets, no mounts, and I'm like, okay, the figures were cool, but let's face it, the selling point on these toys was the damn puppets. Like that was the gimmick.
Yeah,
And-
that was one of the biggest things for them, and it's nice to see we're getting them. From what I understand, the way they're making the wings is if you want to try to repair your old ones with these wings, you can. That's
Nobody
a rumor
wants to
I heard.
repair the old ones, because how are you going to? First off, your hands could barely fit. I mean, my hands could barely fit in the old ones when I was a kid.
Not me. I got
they were-
carny hands.
So, screw trying to repair the old ones. Because I mean, look, if you're completist and you want yours to look up, go ahead, have fun. When I say stuff like that, don't take it personal, people. I
Live
don't
your
actually
life.
mean screw you. Live your life. Make yourself happy. That's cool. I'm just saying, my hands when I was a kid didn't fit in the kid ones.
Well, you got those great big Tony Robbins hands. So what are you gonna do?
Bear paws, man. Bear paws. So
Jesus,
I really
man.
hope I have some 3D printer actually like makes like the hand, like the proper size hand for these, so you can actually display your bugs correctly without having constantly to put your hand in or stuff it with like cotton. Like I need like just a floor model hand for these bugs.
Right? Yeah, I'm kind of
Just
feeling
find a
you on that
JC
one.
Penney in a dying mall and take one of their mannequin hands.
You're like you.
You know
Man,
what?
come
I
over here.
like the
Give
way
me
you're
some.
thinking.
No one's gonna make it. Anyway, yeah, I mean like Sector or something like I was like, it's dead, it's gone, they're on clearance, it's over.
Yeah, we're done.
And also like, but I mean the thing is too, like Nacelle kind of flew too close to the sun. I mean they grew incredibly quickly, incredibly fast, and incredibly big. They got the Star Trek license. But they're really pumping out biker mice. They're doing a lot.
Nice.
And I feel like too much. And Sectors came out early, and they kind of were like, "Oh yeah, we were doing Sectors, and we're doing this whole Nacelle-verse. We should probably do more of that." So they showed a long time ago. Like Spydrax and the Lizard Dude were supposed to be Wave 2. Spydrax is now Wave 2, but there's like surprise, eye glowy bugs, horny, wet, sexy bug people like get into it. So I'm so excited for these. Like, and this was the start of Comic-Con. This was like the Tuesday or Wednesday morning where they were like, "Surprise, bug people!" And I was like, "I'm happy. Like, we're good."
It's like Detective Dokes and Dexter. Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sectors, motherfucker.
And one of the coolest parts about this too is they went ahead and not only is it like we're giving you hand puppets, but we're actually going to make them a little bit cooler. You're going to have light up eyes.
Light up
too.
Yeah.
In a world full of electronics with severely lacking electronic parts and toys, like it's getting better, folks. It's getting better. Mostly from like other companies that sell exclusively through China and all like that. We're getting a lot of light up stuff with them. But hey, yeah, give me some light. Not light tubing. No. Like lights. It does not cost a lot for LED strips. That's why I can get like 150 feet of them for $20.
No.
I have a stack of ones. They're the wrong type. I'm gonna have to figure out something to do with them. I have a stack right over here in my other chair. $5. They were on clearance.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
Don't cost shit. Give me light up eyes. Oh, thank you, Nacelle.
Light up headlights in freaking cars, guys.
Well, not only
And
that,
they're like,
but
and they're $40.
Yeah, the price point. It's like $39.99 with light up eyes.
That's not bad.
Incredible.
It is for what you're
incredible.
getting. That's not bad.
No.
Yeah.
So these are dope. These are dope. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited.
Same. These are
Horny bug people.
These are both on me and Andrew's list as well. So we'll go out over those people. We won't make you sit through the Sectar's appreciation multiple times. Although you should.
We'll
read the comics.
Can Nacelle launch a crowdfund for a Hive playset?
Oh dear God! Don't
It
wish
needs
that.
to be better than the vintage one because we had that when I was a kid and it was crappy. It was like super fantastic.
It really, that was not a great playset. Like
it was big.
It worked perfect as Sky Dancer Mountain, and I put my crystal. I'd have to balance the crystal castle on top of it, and then it would fall over. Which is why the front of my crystal castle, my vintage one from when I was a kid, had like a big scrape across the clouds. It was from whenever it took a nosedive off of the Hive bastards.
I mean, truly though, I mean, if they did make a Hive playset, like maybe I would.
Stop.
I might.
I'd back it just so I could use it with my NECA Aliens figures.
I will say
yeah.
if they went sort of vintage like the inside of it was mostly just cardboard, so it would be really inexpensive if they just did the whole thing as cardboard.
There you go. There's nothing wrong with
cardboard
Alatoy playsets.
Yeah.
Yeah, or it doesn't have to be like as big as it was because these figures are like literally the old figures with elbows and better knees. That's it. That's it. That's the only difference.
It was like I was like in fifth grade, and it was to my chin. Like that playset was to my chin. I was however tall fourth graders are. Because you're all
it's like it was kind of like too big. Like it's impressive. It's sort of like Eternia, where you're like, wow, but I mean, it's a little too much. So if they did, again, we're getting card against ours. Because I mean, for me right now, I'm like, do the comic book chicks, do the royal guards, do the army builders, do fun world building stuff. Like I'm more interested in the steeds and new figures, but like at the same time, I'm like, you want to throw me a Hive, make it a little more squished, a little more plussed up, light up eyes wherever you feel like it. I don't care. You can do it. Like go that way.
Buy a bunch of the wings for customs. So
yeah. CJ said that, and you know what? I think that's a fantastic idea.
Well, I also like that they said we will sell them at price. Like that's
pretty dope.
And they allegedly are compatible with the vintage toys. So if you still have your vintage Sectar puppet cards, you can get replacement wings. So that's also
which I do.
To me, that's like them really thinking, really thinking it through. So it's really nice.
Hey.
Oh.
I love you.
Aw.
No.
Somebody asked to. No, no, that's Shauna. You're
no,
talking.
reverse that.
Anybody
can love Shauna. I am a true
talking to yourself. Like Shauna deserves like a trophy and like a big thing of flowers for like.
But Shauna, who do you really love?
Oh,
Well,
she
we all
loves
know
you. Come on now.
everyone.
Got
knows.
a
I'm like
darling.
Ryan Dole trying to steal lives.
Yeah, you and Dole have captured
Canadian
her
boys.
heart.
It's
She's
Canadian.
she's got a great big Canadian soft
Lady
spot.
boner.
Lady boner. Wow.
Ooh.
Hachi machi. She's a good woman. She's a very good woman, and she loves
She's a
me.
good
inside.
Christian woman.
I'm pretty certain I
Up with
just
your
heard
shit.
her.
She's got to be a good woman.
The laundry room's on the other side of my office. I'm 99% sure I just heard her go, "Stop."
Derek's next pick was these Masterverse figures. On that note,
Sweetheart, can you come here real quick? I think she heard me.
well,
Can you
hello,
take this?
Wesley Jordan. Lovely to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
We lost Andrew again.
No, why?
Well, this time
Canada,
it's not like
stop doing
internet
that.
thing.
He
He
probably had to
muted
go-
and
No,
turned
wait.
off.
I'm here. Just give me a second.
Uh-oh.
He's with us.
He's with us.
What is happening?
Carol Ann.
Wait. He needs to be able to do that. Carol Ann, stay away from the light.
While dear Andrew has disappeared. No,
Masterverse.
it's pretty much. You asked me my favorites. Like everything, Motu. Motu came out with a very strong showing this year. The Masterverse looked great. The Montana looks great. The Cobra Khan looks great. The Dragstore, that Keldor, Skeletor thing there. I forget what that character was, but it just looks great. The new Etheria, She-Ra, leader of the captain of the guard, looks great. The 2000X looks great. Even the Mondo stuff, it looks great. Like we had a very strong showing for Motu this year. I think it all looked pretty damn good, and kind of showed you're going to have quite the buffet to dine from this year. So that's all I have to say about that. I figured I'd keep it simple.
And then our good friends at Toy Habits, they're where I sell pictures from their site. And since I am sometimes the person they come to and they're like, who is this character? We're good. So you also were excited about Thundercats and Motu.
Yes, I am. I kind of figured that we would be getting a Panther Man as well.
Yeah.
Well,
it's nice to see we're gonna. What's that?
My issue with it is, right, we've already got a Panther, or we've got a Panthro, we've already got a Lion-O, kind of done Motu style. I mean, I don't know what the story is because clearly the armor on these ones is different, but I don't see why we needed to repeat those two characters and give us additional versions of them
So early on.
See, right,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you know, we're going into wave 3 and we're giving you Lion-O and Panthro again. The Panther
Again.
we had to get. And
Yeah.
sorry, purple and green, best color scheme ever. Thank you for recognizing that, Mattel.
Yep.
You know, so like him, absolutely. I love the
Yeah, he
fact that
looks
they
really
put
good.
that logo on his chest too. Like,
Yeah.
superb, great choice. But with so many other characters, I mean, I would have accepted Tigra, or not. No, because Tigra's been a
Wily Kid or Wily Cat.
no version. I can't think. Right, like that. There's other characters they could have chose to coincide
Bengali.
with this.
Yeah. This was
As
a weird one because,
giving
like,
us these two again.
Jargon.
I was excited for this line because we got Thundercats in Origins style.
Yeah.
All this armor shit, I'm like, you can go. I don't care. So, but I mean, like, but then they're pulling this. But then on top of that, like, this all feels like a wet thud compared to the Ninja Turtles crossover, which is very exciting and very energetic. And every
Yeah.
single wave, you're like, ooh, who we getting? And it was all very, like, big. But this one, I'm like, like, we just sort of want Thundercats. Like, I don't need all this. I don't need all this fluff. Like,
One of
Yeah.
my
Look,
thoughts
I'm-
was. Oh, sorry.
No, please, Allison, go ahead.
One of my thoughts originally when they announced Masters of the Universe and Thundercats was this would be a good place for them to work in 2000 and X designs. So one of the thoughts I had when they're double dipping on Lion-O and Panthros so early on is if that was the original goal, is that Wave 3 of the Thundercats Masterverse would have had a 2000X style Man-at-Arms, and like Stratos or something to that effect with Panther. And then because they decided let's just go, and that also to me would explain why 2000X has such a huge line of figures already so far enough that they were able to show like 10 of them at San Diego Comic-Con. And I'm wondering if this is a way of them readjusting while they get the rest of the Thundercats crossover reconfigured a little. Because I'm going to assume, not assume, they have to obviously pay a royalty and licensing for the Thundercat figures. Even if there were, say, none of them in this wave. So I'm thinking probably what happened is they're moving some of the 2000X figures out, and they're moving, and part of that buffer is because quite honestly, the armor on Lion-O looks like the He-Man armor just and I'm pretty sure the Panthro, good lord, Panthro and the
worst wave
armor looks like you tried to Thundercats Man-at-Arms a little bit. So
it's not trash. Like, I mean, he's kind of the parallel to Man-at-Arms.
Yeah, but I think what happened was they moved the 2000X Man-at-Arms out. So there you are, because it looks like the 2000X figures are using a lot of the same tooling as the Thundercats figures are. So just my hot take.
And you know, it's probably dead on what you're saying.
And it makes sense. It's just, in my humble opinion, a bad decision for Wave 3. Like,
yeah, I will say, just to kind of, because I kind of, when Allison messaged me, I think I had like previously sent her like what my likes and dislikes were for San Diego Comic-Con, but we message a lot. So I resent them, and it was like, I'm in the middle of like, got to get the kid his dinner. I need to take a shower. I had like 15 things going on. So I just said, Thundercats. But like to dial in a little bit more, one thing that made me happy was to actually see physical copies of like Tigra and the Panthro that were supposed to be getting in Wave 2. Those look great. They do. I am happy that there's the Panthro man. Is it Panther? I didn't get to watch a whole lot of SDCC coverage because I had a lot going on. But
this was from their panel. I have to go back and find somebody's video of the panel to watch.
Yeah,
I know I was live. Well, not when this was happening. I was at work, so I couldn't actually tune in. And then I was doing the 24-hour live stream the next day, so I couldn't go back and catch up watching all the panel.
These are the actual. And Toy Habits was at this presentation.
Yeah, they got the digital renders there.
So
it was hard for me to keep up with it because I had to work on Saturday, and then Sunday I went up to Chicago. I went to the Chicago toy show and shit. But I will say my complaint, much like your own with Wave 3, is like, okay, it's a good opportunity. Like, okay, maybe make it a villains line. You have Panther, maybe have Slythe and Monkey or Jackalman, and have a solid bad guy showing.
I totally feel like Beastman and Monkey would just be like hanging out the whole time.
Right? Yeah. Those two are kicking it. So why not make it?
Other than Slythe, it would be really easy to do the other villains because they would just use the basic buck with the different head sculpts.
Yeah.
And a few minor adjustments. So it's very odd to me.
Yeah.
The thing is kind of like Turtles too. I was kind of waiting for like the Man-at-Arms and the Teelas and the Stratoses to have a Thundercats sheen, but then I'm like, what does that even look like? Like, what is the Third Earth aesthetic? So I'm kind of like, maybe skip them. But I mean,
so
yeah,
or it would be a good way to do some revelation. I mean, this would be a great place to do a Tri-Sorceress Teela.
Yeah.
Which I
can't
want.
remember what was the Siberian
No.
tiger character's name. I cannot remember his
Bengali.
name. Right now.
Bengali.
Bengali. Thank you.
My husband. Thank you.
Like, I would find him a little bit more acceptable in this wave because, again, even though he's
Yeah.
just a repaint, he is a completely different character that is a repaint.
Yeah.
So, like, it would have been nice to throw something like that in here so we weren't getting, again, another Panthro and another Lion-O with more armor. That being said, though, I love the fact that for years we're getting this crossover because I remember as a kid putting my LJN
Right.
ones with my He-Man.
Yeah.
And He-Man's
They
the
don't
most
fit.
powerful man in the universe. He should not be emasculated by Kitty Cat Man with the
Right.
cool
Yeah.
sword. And he was.
Also, Lino is like this tall. Like he's absurdly tall. Like it's like, ridiculous, actually.
So huge
Yeah.
comparatively. So I'm glad like now we're getting them in a similar skull. Again, they're a little bit taller than like your Origins figures. They're going on that more cartoon style buck. That gives you that slight size increase. But that's okay, because I could believe my anthropomorphic cat people are taller than my human, or I'm sorry, Eternian barbarian looking people. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Different gravity. It's fine.
I do want to get that He-Man though that
Science.
came out for this because I like that head sculpt. I was a big fan of Revolution, so I kind of want the Eternia styled armor here.
Yeah.
And I want that He-Man. I want that.
Yeah.
He-Man.
That would be nice.
I was going to avoid more of like the Masters of the Universe characters from this and just try to get the Thundercats because, like Andrew, I'm probably going to take all the armor off the Thundercats and just have them as the Thundercats. Again, it's cool. I get it. You want to give them a mode 2 look like you did the Turtles, fine.
Yeah.
But at least with these, unlike the Turtles, certain characters in the Turtles line, you couldn't revert all 4 of the Ninja Turtles to be just Ninja Turtles.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
But with these you can. I do love
these
that
you can fully revert them back, and
Yeah.
that is a
strip
big
them down to their base
big
look.
plus.
I like that.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
happy they did that, and that was great for me. That was the big selling point when they announced this.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I ever saw that, I'm like, yuck. And then I'm like, wait a minute, there's some stuff underneath there that looks good. And like Lino, I think it's really like the claw shield looks a little wonky, but otherwise he's perfect. Shira's like, or not Shira, Chitara's like probably the best Chitara figure we've ever
She
gotten.
looks great.
I gotta
Like,
say,
I was-
outstanding. Best out of all the first 2 waves. She is the best.
She looks amazing. Like I saw a couple vendors had her up at the Chicago Toy Show, like on card, and obviously they found a Target that had her or whatever. I wasn't paying $35 for something I'm going to get in a couple weeks, anyways.
Right. It's a
But
little hard thing to swallow.
yeah, it was ridiculous. But she looked awesome. Like actually picking it up and seeing her up close, she looks great. It is truly a fantastic looking figure. So this, and just like you said, the options you get to swap these out and make them look like, even if you want to keep them in their Motu pastiche, they look amazing.
Yeah, that's still cool.
But if you want to put them in their, you want to put them in their standard look, they still look great. So this is, I think this is going to be one hell of a crossover, and I'm really looking forward to it.
About Skelra, I was like, get rid of those stupid Skeletor parts and give me fucking Mumra. I don't need the rest of it. I just want Origin scaled Mumra, please.
Yeah.
Well, those pieces are going straight in a box in storage. Like,
do not need those. Poof, be gone. Give me Mumra.
Get out of my house. I don't need this. It's going to recycling because I'm a good person and I recycle, but it's going directly out of my house.
Mumra is rolling right up the Snake Mountain and saying bye Felicia, kicking King Hiss and Skeletor right out, and then he's taking over the Snake Man. He's like,
he's
the
gonna
mutants are incompetent.
get super dirty with Lady Slither.
Oh, he's gonna use that red room, that Lady Slither. Yeah, Lady Slither gonna learn what it's like to be a switch.
On that note.
All right, whoever just snorted, I love you for snorting at that joke. That was corny as hell.
It's me. Derek, these also yours.
I like these. My only complaints is or R rather. I don't have wave 1 yet. I want to order these. I want to, but I don't have wave 1 yet. So it's very hard for me to pull that trigger because I highly doubt I will be. But what happens if wave 1 gets here and I'm like, well, this shit the bed? I highly doubt that will be the case. And I will say this is completely a Flugelheim set minus Vicky Vale, and that's a problem.
Right.
We are on wave 2 and we still don't have a Vicky Vale. We've been waiting on a Vicky Vale since 1989, and I don't know why we don't have one. That's my only complaint.
Like, I almost feel like they could have just not done that Batman with the spread cape and
Absolutely.
done Vicky Vale.
Yeah, 100% you could have done that.
I need the jukebox because you can put an MP3 player in there to play Prince.
Yeah.
I know that costs a fortune, but we're talking Mezco here. You can afford to throw that in for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
need it to play Prince when it comes in.
I don't care. I'm good with that.
Like, it needs to happen, but it's not.
Give me his purple badness.
Oh my God, yes, all over the place.
And then, so that sort of morphs into, we skipped ahead to Vicky Val, but Derek, a few things he wants to see. Number one.
Yeah. And I think it would be cool if we got, and this may take a little time, but if we ended up getting a Cat's Lair and Origin scale.
I mean, it would have to be a crowd fund, and people would have to cry about it for a year.
I'm
That's
already,
fine. That's fine. Those
I
tears are
already
delicious to
expect
me.
the petition and the finagling.
I mean, Quips nailed it in my opinion. It looked dope in the Super 7 Cat
And
Slayer.
if you need a Super 7 Thunder Cat Slayer, Big Bad Toy Store still has them in stock for the amazing price of $999.99. Plus, it could ship as your pile of loot.
They're $2,000.
It will be $600, and I will drink your fanboy tears like fine wine. It'll be delicious. I'll gargle with them.
At the end of the day, though, I feel that fully, like, yeah, Origin scale collapse, foldable, Cat Slayer. Give it to me. I'd be down.
I think you could do that.
Yeah, maybe a small little clamshell. Like, it'd be great.
And this, of course, ties into Tri-Sorceress Tila that Derek wants.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on this, and I'm not the only Motu person that is. I know it, like, routinely Colt, aka Dad at Arms, and I are just like, give me a Tri-Sorceress.
I will say that with the original Origin She-Ra, the skirt piece, the little gold skirt piece, and a WWE Stephanie or Becky Lynch, the torso, plus just some standard Tila legs and boots, and this armor piece on Lion-O's shoulder there.
Right now, I got him on the shelf behind me, and he's choking shelves at my Walmart, at least. The new Eternia Flying Fist He-Man.
Yeah.
His shoulder pads are that lion's head, that gold lion's head. So, I mean, if you are a patient enough kit basher and customizer,
you
could make them
together. So, and you would just want some blue translucent hollow paint, which
oh God, you said translucent.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I just saw Derek's nipples rip through his shirt.
A bunch of fingernail polish to create that. So anyway, that's pretty easy.
Yeah,
that's also
next. Derek wants more classified. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it'd be great to have just Tila at night, where it's like crystal and translucent boob armor. She's like, just dish sausage sized nipples underneath, and she's like, yeah, you didn't know what was underneath her.
I want tassels on them. Tassels.
Derek also wants more classified in the retro card style.
Yeah, some retro card. Not that I keep the cards or anything, but I think they're a little more stripped down. I don't get 15 different sets of hands. what I do like about them is I haven't done it yet, but I've saved all my retro card backs so I can cut out the file card. I'd like to see some more of these for some different for most of the characters that are out there. That would be nice. So we'll see. I'm sure we will get more. I mean, Flint and Peoria's own Cover Girl is coming soon. So I'm sure we'll get some more. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of a showing for them at SDCC.
Yeah, they were like
These
so
characters
fast.
are out.
I mean, one of the things that I love about the retro card is that, you know, for people who maybe necessarily don't want to collect all the numbered ones,
yeah,
it's an easy, okay, these don't have numbers, just get them. And
yeah,
not to mention the fact that, like, you know, it's an easy way for Hasbro to make a couple extra bucks with minimal new tooling. Like, you know, maybe they got to rework the torso or something. So, like, good for them, because again, you got to squeeze pennies, especially as you go through. Like I've said with Origins, like they blew through those first several waves super fast because it's all that shared tooling. And now it's like a crawl because a lot of stuff has very individual tooling. And so, like, you got to kind of squeeze out more money by, you know, giving us things with minimal tooling, but a lot of reuse while you're still tooling up Twistoid and, you know, the other stuff. So, again, this is a great way for them to keep doing it. And I hope they do continue. I hope they don't back off of the retro carded guys. It's a fantastic way to just keep pushing the product.
Well, retro cards, like you're getting like not vintage cards. You're getting like some of like the earliest characters back on vintage cards. So I mean, like I remember when it came out, we were like losing our minds. So it's a thing where like, you know, they were plentiful once they actually arrived, but it was really like, you know, cutthroat to get like the Baroness, any of the Target stuff, any of that early Target stuff, cutthroat. So when they actually gave you a Baroness on a retro card, you're like, oh my god, I don't have to pay like $300 for a stupid bike I don't want in a Baroness, the only Baroness figure. Like,
yeah,
you mean somehow this stupid bike that I somehow have and I don't even collect classifieds like that?
Well, and Todd made a good point a second ago. Like, it is a good way to snatch these characters up. Like, I wasn't really much of a Joe's kid as a kid. I knew of it. I had an appreciation for it, but I wasn't super into Joe's as a kid. And I'd say about 3-4 years ago is when it started popping on my radar. And because that's when I started kind of toy hunting again. And I saw them and they look cool. I'm like, nah. And then the retro cards came out. And it all started with one of my co-hosts on yesterday's. He saw retro card Lady J for $3. I was like, well, yeah, fuck it, pick it up. It's a cool looking figure. I don't mind it.
I got that in the box too.
That was my watershed moment. And like I'm pretty certain every single one of my Joe classifieds that I have, most of them have been the retro cards. Some I have gotten at a couple toy shows, but I've gotten stupid deals on them. Like this past weekend, I got Tomax and Zaymot at one vendor. It was the end of the day, cash. I'm like, hey, would you consider doing $20 on the pair? Because they had 15 a piece. Yep, I'll do that. Great. So I got each for $10. It is a good way to get into the line, have that vintage feel to it, and track down some of these characters that are trying to find them secondary market on eBay and shit is just.
It sucks right now. Yeah, they're still pretty hot, you know. With that price.
Like there's at least 2 figures that I can think of that unless they do a retro card version, I know I'm going to have to pay for them. Serpentor and Chuckles. I need a Chuckles. He's a comedian Joe in a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
I need that. J Hoover needs that. So I'm going to have to pay for it unless they do him on a retro card, but it is a good jumping on point. Like if you've missed out on these characters, you're trying to get into the line, but it's like, I don't want to go back and find these. I don't want to play these, or I don't want to pay this much money for it. Yeah, it's a perfect way to get into the line. So I'm hoping they show off more. If they didn't show them at SDCC, maybe we'll see them in New York. I don't know. we'll see. But I'm sure we'll get more. I just wanted to see more this past weekend.
Yeah.
We talked Vicky Vale, and then finally some pop.
I wish we saw a little bit more pop. I was very happy with the She-Ra and Swiftwind that we saw. It looks great. The box art is choice. But I wish we would have seen I wish we would have seen some more of the princesses. I know and I think actually there's some are starting to ship. Bo and Shadow Weaver. And I know they're going to continue making the Filmation figures, but I wish we would have seen some prototypes, some teases, some renders, something. I want a couple more of these. Like, come on, man.
I mean, even like Glimmer, just to get like your classic trio of like She-Ra, Bo, Glimmer. Just that. I mean, like,
we got Frosta real quick, which is crazy. We got a Frosta in Masterverse, and we got a Frosta in collection.
Really
like
Frosta because they did so much.
The hinting with her and He-Man.
Well, no. Originally, Mattel Wave 2 Princess of Power was going to be.
She was going to have a whole subset, was she?
Yeah,
not?
they were going to give her mom, her dad, her sister. She was going to have.
Oh wow!
A villainous Volcana, and Volcana was going to have a boyfriend character named Larvor. And there was another villainess who was sort of like. I want to say Volcano's sister, but she also becomes a good person. The original Volcano playset had you put water in it and then it bubbled up.
I'm down for all of that.
Which
That sounds
became
amazing.
Crystal Falls, and then She-Ra and Catra allegedly would have got like snow outfits. And I'm pretty sure the Fantastic Fashions first wave of those that came out with Wave 2 figures both had two like different snow type outfits, and I'm pretty sure that those were adapted from She-Ra Catra outfits. So anyhow,
I mean, I really thought for sure we would have gotten an Angela, since we got those wings on that Turtles of Grayskull April and Voltac. Like I really thought, because again, Sorceress's wings are all right, but they're not Angela wings, right?
Yeah,
they're just not
the same.
Those other wings, spot on for it. We're putting those Hordak wings on all kinds of shit. Like give us Angela.
And the card back for Bo and Shadow Weaver tease Castaspella and Glimmer. So I would expect we see Castaspella and Glimmer. Just definitely we need it. I feel like we should get all of the first wave. Angela, Double Trouble, Glimmer, Castaspella, Cowl. It's ridiculous we haven't gotten a Cowl in any capacity.
Right.
That is weird.
Again, super happy that they did at least give us, because I mean, again, Mondo comes storming in with their She-Ra and the bubble power and everything like that, with their Swiftwind, which again, total badass sculpt and everything else. But I don't want a She-Ra statue and a Swiftwind statue. I want the She-Ra and Swiftwind to go with my toys.
Right.
I need to play with these things.
Yes, boys for boys, pink is for girls, dogs are boys, cats are girls.
Right.
Everyone knows this.
Right.
Blue Jays are boys, Cardinals are girls.
And technically Derek has peppered his rant throughout, so
yeah, I don't really need to dive in. I think I think people just need to fucking calm down about the steak layer.
Just bring it down. I mean, after tomorrow, when everybody that cried goes and backs it, we'll be okay, because it'll back in day one, and we won't have to worry anymore.
I think I think the sucker will fund. I don't have, and I think the fact that they changed up the tiers, that was a good move. Like day before changing that up, I'm like, okay, great. You have assuaged my fears, because I was on the fence because I wanted that damn snake horse, and they put it at a pretty serious tier, and I'm like,
like there ain't no. I mean, I get it. honestly, out of all of that, probably the most desirable thing is to get this snake horse. So let's set it at the top. You know, they learned, let's not put lame Keklar at the top here, because after we unlock what we want, nobody's gonna care about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it definitely helps. I definitely feel that they realize this is not Eternia. It's not gonna get nearly the amount of push and support. So adjusting the tiers and making that like, again,
it was smart. It was smart on their part.
It is. It's just a smart move, and I'm glad we get a second chance. We better freaking make it.
Yeah, I think it'll fun. I don't know if we'll make it to the Python Priest, but I think it'll fun.
I hope so. I want him, but if not, that's cool because my boy Kenzo got me hooked up with some parts that I can add to a Snake Infiltrator, so I'm good. I can make
He's
my
a treasure, that Kenzo. He's a treasure. But my rant would have been very similar to Oz's. Like, dude, stop bitching. You bitched last year that it didn't look the way it looked in the renders, and now it looked like renders with a little bit more zhuzh, and you're still bitching. And half of you are people that are not even going to back it. So I don't know. Maybe just stop being a joyless prick. I don't know.
It's a thing.
It's a hobby.
It's a thing. So we're now to Andrew's likes, but probably not going to pick up. And number one is the Gray Skull.
Yeah, I mean, just the final word on this thing. Like the front of it, it's a gray skull with green moss on it. Love it. I love the yellow pops of the accessories. I love the inside. Looks like old and ancient. Like my favorite masters is like box art, Alcala mini comics, like dark, kind of like sexy moon. Like it's like I love that. So this is very much in that realm. So like I saw this and I'm like, and I hated the first Gray Skull. I'm like, this is an ugly, like toddler toy. Which granted, I was a toddler when I had it, but I'm like, no, burn it with fire. But this one, like, ooh, like a little coat of paint, few new things, a little sexier.
Yeah.
It's dope looking.
It's crazy, just like, even though, again, all the accessories with this, I mean, aside from the flag being the different stickers, all the accessories are the same exact thing as what came with Origins Castle Grayskull.
It's just paint,
and yet it feels like it fills up the castle more with this one. I don't know why.
Well, it's like, yeah.
The color combinations for some reason just it snaps differently. Like even that weapons rack, brown with like the orange weapons. I'm sorry, I'm looking right at my Gray Skull. It looks a lot better than orange rack and I don't know,
white
cream,
pasty, gray
eggshell weapons.
Yeah. Well, it also looks like the rug sticker is the original design that Mark Taylor came up with, which is different than the production one. So
I think it was promised with the classic Gray Skull. We never got it, so it's nice to be like, at last, the rug.
Play Matt. Like that's the best thing.
That rug really ties the room together, does it not?
Right.
Only after some German pisses, some dude pisses on it.
That's right, dude. They pissed on your fucking rug, dude.
And again, this is just me being a little nitpicky. They kind of already did the sculpting for the jetpack that came with the original one with Vicor. Couldn't we have just thrown that in there to give us that? Again, it was just looking at the idea of taking it back to that concept, that prototype version. It came with a jetpack. You've already sculpted the jetpack and threw it in with a toy that was a once a release kind of thing. I can't see where else you're going to throw that in.
I do wonder if we'll see a second Secrets of Grayskull box.
That would be cool.
Because there's like the jetpack and there, like Axel has talked about, I've said this and he's like the comment which generally when when Axel does that, it generally means that it's something that's happened or might happen or has been talked about. But I did tell him it would be cool if he did like Frogmonger and like with the Secrets of Grayskull and fleshed out a few more of the dungeon creatures.
Yeah.
And there are a few items still missing that originally Mark Taylor wanted with the Vintage Castle. It's also noteworthy that 2000X Castle Grayskull doesn't differ significantly, but has a few differences. So, as well as there was the battle, I think it was like the battle fort or some such. It was like a smaller piece that clipped into that Castle Grayskull. So with us moving to 2000X, I would not be surprised if we get sort of like Hero has done a few like extensions to build the castle out. I would not be surprised if Mattel is planning something similar for 2000X, which would be part of why you want another Grayskull on the market. Because even though people are like, you can still get the original one, on sale, not everywhere, and it's really difficult to find it in certain areas. So
Man,
finding it has gotten harder.
Yeah, I had a hell of a time hunting down this thing. I'm looking at pictures of people with pallets full of like Castle Grayskull in stores, and I had like 20 freaking Targets and Walmarts all around me, and for months couldn't find one. And finally,
are you serious?
Yeah, it was on. Yeah, like Baltimore, we're loaded with Walmart and Target. This is one of the reasons I got out of collecting most of Origins and stuff, except for things that I feel like I really got to have.
Yeah.
And like it was so hard for me to go around and shop. And again, in any direction I go, I've got 4 Targets and Walmarts, literally north, south, east, west, any direction I pick, I'm going to hit 4 Targets and Walmarts within 30 minutes of driving.
Nothing.
And we had no Castle Grayskulls except Black Friday that year. One Target out of all the Targets around me, one of them had 3 Castle Grayskulls in stock. By the time I showed up, I found one of them.
Oh, Jesus.
And then on my way to the register, I did find the second one, but at least that third one was nowhere to be seen. So people were snatching these things up really quick. And I got to be honest, I really think in my area, because of the volume of retailer stores, what's up, Crash? How you doing, brother? That there are a lot of resellers in my area. Because I know when the Ghostbusters hit Ollie's, the Kenner Classics ones.
Yeah.
Man, I was hunting for those and couldn't find them at any of my Ollie's. And then, like, my girlfriend at the time, Dawn, picked them up at Ollie's by her in Virginia. And she brought them up, and we went to Maryland Toy Expo. And every vendor at Maryland Toy Expo had Kenner Classics Ghostbusters sitting on their table. And most of them had Ollie's stickers still on them for $4, and they were charging $40 for them.
Yeah.
I mean, I had my set, so I was cool, but I was pissed because it's like, you motherfuckers are the reason why I can't go to my toy stores and find anything, because you guys are waking up at 5 a.m. and hitting these stores as soon as they open up the door. And I'm sorry, I feel like I should be able to walk through a toy section and pick stuff up at a normal time of the day. Yeah. I don't feel like it needs to be my job.
Okay, you're gonna hate this, but when Grayskull was released, I had the easiest time buying it. I'm sorry.
No, like that was the thing that infuriated me, because I saw people with pallets of these things stacked up high.
Here's
people
what's messed
were
up.
Getting them on clearance.
I
couldn't even find one at normal price.
It was the busiest time of year. I bought 2 in December during peak while I'm running FedEx routes. So I literally got done with my route. I messaged Shauna. I was like, hey, I'm going to run down the Target. I'm going to do this. Went straight down there, walked straight to the toy aisle. There's an end cap. Great, Gray Skulls. Put 2 in my cart. And yeah, I mean, it was our downtown East Peoria area. For anybody who wants to do a Google search, I mean, people are shucking and jiving during the Christmas season, especially down there. I managed to leave the depot, go straight to that Target, walk in with a cart, grab 2 Castle Grayskulls, make it up to checkout. I don't know how I did this. This was by the grace of God. I'm in and out inside of 20 minutes with 2 Castle Grayskulls. One for me and one for Henry for Christmas.
That's awesome.
I don't know how that happened. It would never happen again.
You know what made me mad? When Mega J rolled into a Toys R Us. A Toys R Us, where we all know they price toys so low, rolled into a Toys R Us and grabbed 3 Castle Grayskulls at 10 cents a piece because they were getting rid of them, and they were 10 cents. And he did a toy hunt video where he came across that and bought all 3 of them. Like, you mother. That pissed me off.
I'm like downtown Toronto. There's no space for large retail. So if you want to go to like any of these places, you have to go to like the far, like, reaches of the town. But like there's a Marshall's, maybe like a 10-minute walk from here. It's below my gym. I go down there sometimes to pick up like socks or whatever. There's like, I could tell you probably 10 Castle Grayskulls in there right now. Like for like $10 maybe. like Canadian dollars, no less. But I mean, they're just like, I know it's there.
It's
I
like
know it's
free American.
pretty much. Like it's there right now. I could pick you up half a dozen if you want.
No, I'm good. Like I said, I'm already passing on this one. I'm good even at that price. Another one, actually, Bud commenting there in the chat. He is the whole reason that Connor got a Castle Grayskull. Bud, I forget what the reason was. Bud ended up being able to get. He had wrote back to Mattel something was wrong with his Castle Grayskull. And instead of just giving him a replacement piece of what he needed, they sent him a whole nother Castle Grayskull.
Oh, no.
And this man with a heart of gold shipped that and a bunch of stuff out to me to give to Connor for Christmas one year. I had already been working on getting him a Skeletor and Battlecad, He-Man, Panther. Like, I wanted him to have his own to take home to his mom's because he was having a ton of fun playing with it with me. And I would have loved to have been able to get him a Castle Grayskull because I feel like that's almost like a rite of passage as a small child to open up a Castle Grayskull on Christmas. And it just wasn't happening. But Bud, because he had an extra one, totally made it happen. And, there's nothing I won't do for this man because he's the one who made it possible for Connor. Of course, had I known Mattel be releasing fucking Castle Grayskull 3 years down the line, probably could have gotten it again pretty easily now because you can just order it on Amazon. Super stupid easy. It would have been a different story, but it's all good. This means more
stories
anyway.
Are what make it.
Yeah, and yes, you definitely sent him My Buddy's Customs Merman. It wasn't just no normal merman. It was a My Buddy's Customs Merman. Battle Armor He-Man as well. So he actually got that original head sculpt that looked way better than the shock Dolph Lundgren with the Page Boy haircut. That was on He-Man. God, that's a weird look. But yeah. Thank you again, Bud. That was awesome, man. Yes.
And I mean, this is no words. I mean, this is just. I mean, we saw her, a few months ago, but I mean, like, she's such a showstopper at Comic-Con. Like, so nice.
Just beautiful.
Yeah.
The detail in the wings alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cut out the rest of the sculpting on any of this, but the detail in the articulated wings. It's not like, it'll flap up and down and forward and back. No, there's articulation throughout.
There's a lot of versatility.
With
it. Great.
Mm-hmm. And likewise with her, it's like you can get like the classic toy like look. You can get Filmation look. You can sort of get bubble power look. I mean, like literally, like even just her figure, like that pack out with all the heads, with the transformation hair everywhere. Like you get everything. Like this is
It's
the
gorgeous.
ultimate Tila or Shira.
I kind of figured we were going to get one of those, right? Because when the She-Ra came out, right, we had just gotten that deluxe He-Man where you had all three of the different variant
Yep.
He-Man. Yeah, the deluxe Skeletor with all the variant Skeletor looks in the one thing. And then they're like, and here's She-Ra.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's great. I'm
Like-
glad we got She-Ra. But She-Ra's got, like, if you include all the different clothes packs and everything else that you could put on She-Ra, from her toy line, she had a crap ton more looks than He-Man did,
Right.
Oh, yeah.
and it's just She-Ra. So making this kind of ultimate set, because again, with He-Man, we had to get our Battle Cat separate. You didn't get the He-Man and Battle Cat.
Yeah.
This you're getting like ultimate She-Ra, all the looks, the bubble power, everything. Thank
Mhm.
you. And we're doing that with Swiftwind. You're getting all the, you're getting Armando look. You're getting this look. We're throwing in a couple extras. They really, really did make this the definitive She-Ra.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if I did Mondo, if it was in my price range, I would totally pick this. This would be the exception to the rule. It's a little spendy, so
Yeah.
But this, if I were going to do a Mondo, like in a perfect world where I have infinite amounts of money, this would be the one. So I was
I'm completely like when I win the lottery on Friday, like I'll buy this, but like currently I'm like, thanks, but no. I mean, nowhere in to put it. 'Cause I mean, like I've got the classic She-Ra and Swiftwind, and that's not an insignificant amount of real estate. And like this, I'm like, I can't fathom where this would go.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
like the new studio / collection room has room, but it don't have that much room. I'm already like, ooh, I get to put up Attorney, and I'm like, but where does it go? So,
Where?
because I've got the Annie Mansion to set up, I've got my vintage Kenner Death Star to set up, I've got Snake Mountain, Grayskull, Crystal Castle, the Batcave from Funko's, Primal Age DC, and
Oh yeah, I like those.
all of my
I
vintage.
saw a couple
Star
of those this weekend.
Yeah, so I've got
Fun life.
a lot. So I would have to. I mean, like,
Primal Age
yeah.
back
Anyway, it's out of my, like Snake Layer will be my big buy. So
Yeah.
anyway, next up, you also
Mm.
liked this.
This is a like because the thing is,
Goddamn
like,
redheads!
I know, and again, it's like Mondo, so it's like I'm like I don't want to be so shill to them, but I mean, like it's that thing where like this series made me love Batgirl, and I've been a huge Batgirl fan since. But if I didn't get Rogue or Poison Ivy, I'm certainly not getting this. So like this is not the thing that breaks me. But like nevertheless, Cape, Hair, Whoopi the Bear, like all of it's so good. Like there's so many fun, deep little Easter eggy things where she's got her little compact where she like blows the makeup onto like a pad to see the fingerprints. I'm like, like
The Hard Act
so good
episode.
with this.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
like
Power
such a
Puff.
good like stuff.
Oh, that's one thing that's awesome. Like I think we all share the same sentiment. I can't get in on Mondo just because of the price point. I'm priced out, and that's fine. If you can afford to do it,
Right.
God bless you, and have a
Go
damn good
for
time and enjoy the
Go
ride.
hard.
Yeah,
Dude,
no,
live,
I mean,
live for me. Live for
That's
me, damn it.
we can all enjoy it vicariously
Yes.
through you guys. So please buy it up,
Yes.
snatch it up, so
Post
that
it
I
on
can
Instagram
enjoy
and let me be
your
happy for
enjoyment.
you.
Right?
Uh,
I know early on, one of the big things we were doing amongst the frenzied, we're doing these random acts of kindness where there was a lot of characters where, again, like, everybody's got like that one character that it's like, this is them, right? And things were a little bit easier. We had a little bit more disposable cash before the prices of everything started shooting up even higher. And we would all pitch in a little and kind of help each other out get stuff like this. And I think that was great because it was a way for us to be able to get some of these pieces in people's collections without any one of us having to spend that full Mondo price tag,
Right.
$25 here, $50 there, really helped that along. Like I said, unfortunately, things get a little tighter, and even $25 here and there doesn't work as well anymore.
Yeah.
But again, just Mondo hitting these 1990s animated series figures like the Batman, the Spider-Man, the X-Men. They're doing X-Men 97 better than Marvel's doing their own X-Men 97 line.
Yeah.
Oh, completely.
They're crushing it. And like you said, they add those little details, right?
Yes.
The smallest of details from like, it popped up in one freaking episode for like 10 seconds. They're like,
Just
well, let's
that.
throw
Put it
that
in.
in there. Let's throw it in
Yeah.
there.
And the thing is, like, I have the DC Collectibles animated series line, which I still think I actually have like the Kenner one too. But I mean, the Collectibles one's like sort of like a gold standard. Like, it's really, really good. But the Batgirl really, really sucks. So that's where like this one really kind of like hit me hard because the face, the hair, all the accessories. I'm like, this is what I wanted in that line.
Perfect.
And you shit the bed. Like,
The only thing that would make this cooler is if she came with her bike.
Yeah.
So they'll release that version like a year and a half from now. They'll show it off at SDCC. Batgirl with her bike.
And
Tommy,
they'll do her
I'm depending
in
on
Batman 66 purple color.
I'd be down for
but
that.
also, I mean,
Give it to me.
the thing is, they're going to do like Batman, new Batman Adventures. They're going to do like all these characters again with like the dark black
That's true.
like tone. So she's going to be like in the
Oh,
black
they
suit
can-
next with like all new
They can
accessories.
skip the WB designs. They can go right ahead and do that.
Yeah.
There's not many. I like Scarecrow.
Scarecrow was a little bit better when it got to
Yeah.
that, but I
He was
mean,
a little bit darker and creepier. I did like that, but like Riddler.
The rest were
when they got to the Joker in that, and like he had like the black eyes with the white dot.
Yeah,
I'm
the
like,
shark
what
eyes.
the hell is this? This
Yeah,
is
he had shark eyes. Like he had those doe's eyes.
it's funny because it's like just minor differences to how animated series did. Like the art style changed slightly, but it was just enough to make me go, fuck off. I'm done watching.
And it was something about Bruce Wayne having damn near a Caesar with like stark ice blue eyes. Didn't like it.
Yeah. I remember like Poison Ivy was in like a black bathing suit, and that's it. And I'm like, shouldn't he be a little green? Like just a little bit.
It was like just a little schmeckle, of green.
Just
like, why are you in all
split in
black?
a little.
Like, what is this?
Can we seed her with a little bit of green, like grass seeds? You know, like just something. No, okay.
I do think
Good
it's
choice, but you do you.
We got a couple gal villains when it went over there. Like granted it was a take on Calendar Man, but Calendar Girl and Roxy Rocket, that was cool.
They were great, actually.
Yeah, that was
I can't complain about that. Honestly, just
but
getting
like changing some of the changes they made to character models.
I mean, I'm all cool with all of that, but don't you dare change Penguin to an Asian woman.
How dare you? How dare
How dare you change a fictional character? Like, I get it. If it were a historical figure, if it was a historical figure, sure, outrage, whatever. I don't care. It's a fucking comic book character. Get the fuck over.
How dare you show me something that's happening as though that it's in a world that's elsewhere, an else world, if you will.
How dare
also,
you?
I want all the names of all the Penguin mega fans out there. Like, I want their names, I want their phone numbers, I want their addresses. I want you to come to me. I want you to plead your case on why, as the #1 Penguin fan, this is your, hill to die on.
It has to be. Be this. You know what? Like, oh man. Just
strange hill to die on.
Sheer amount of
We're tired of people. Anywho, I'm trying to keep my.
We want to see some new stuff. No,
this is
that new.
Oh, is Quip still in the chat because he had thoughts about that ab crunch joint?
Oh, don't
it's bad. It's bad. Apparently, it's from Starting Lineup. They just recycled it.
Yeah.
So
we looked at this pretty hard Saturday. Like Brick and Brick was helping pull up all the like starting lineup stuff, and it was like
the red strings.
It's hard to see because of the shirts and the jerseys, but yeah, there was like a soft rubber that went over top of it. Yeah, so hernia action, Gambit, and then Rogue. The Rogue here,
Chef's kiss.
yeah, again,
The Rogue's great, but
Yeah.
the Weird Al Yankovic living with a hernia Gambit, I could do without.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like, but it's a fun thing. But it's also because it's from the cartoon, but also from like a very early, like adjectiveless X-Men comic where they wore exactly this. Like, it's just sort of a
Yeah.
fun, like double throwback.
Yeah.
That said, too, I mean, like, I do love that Gambit has like the full deep V cum gutters going on, where I'm like,
He does.
okay.
He has those D'Angelo cum gutters.
does he? But yeah, it's like, you know, you bend him over, you lean him forward, the hernia is sticking out, you stand him upright, he's just straight hernia scars, and then
Yeah, these
some.
weird square joints. It's not. It's too much. It's too much.
Like,
Real quick.
I get that probably was absolutely amazing with I never bought any of the new starting lineup, so yeah, it probably
Yeah.
was okay with that soft rubber. Of course, again, I don't see where you get the range of motion putting something like that over it, but just for a shirtless figure, this is the direction you went.
So here's what I don't understand. Okay, and what I'm about to hold up was made a little over 20 years ago. Okay, it is okay. So that is a Spider-Man's classic. I grabbed the one lowest on a nail. It's the KB Toyz exclusive Spider-Man 2099 from the Toy Biz Spider-Man Classic. Chest, torso, abs. I don't understand why you didn't do something like this, where you see what I'm saying? Like you have a piece that is the abdominal region, and then you have a piece that's the chest. No, we have a weird ab knuckle.
We've
the thing
seen
is
them
too,
do
like,
better articulation in this line.
well, also, it's like they didn't really even need like a shirtless figure because like all superheroes and all superhero figures are basically naked with body paint on them, and they're all naked. Like this wasn't necessary.
Not at all. Not at all.
If I were buying Marvel Legends, I would totally get this hot Gambit and
I'm tempted,
I
but
actually want to take Rogue's shirt off, and not in a pervy way. Dye it hot pink and put it on this Gambit.
oh hell yeah!
That would make this set better. Just doing that. Leave Rogue in the straight up like superhero, full body suit. Leave her as is. Dye this shirt hot pink and put it on this Gambit, and it would instantly make this set better.
I feel like somebody will. Like you'll have like
without a
Rebel
doubt,
10 Customs or something. Like someone will have a little crop top.
People were 100% saying on Saturday, like, yes, we need the Gambit with the pink crop top, and that would make this set just better. Just covering up that ab crunch in some fashion would help drastically. Because some of the pictures and the photography they did for this shot, like again, where he's like leaning over and everything, and you just see that joint bulging out. That's where I was like, he's got a hernia. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. And also that crop top was like a cultural touch point that we all shared. So I think it's important to really prioritize that.
The crop top. We need the crop top. It's been said.
I mean, everyone. That episode came out, and everyone's like, "What a great episode!" Anyway, let's talk about the crop top.
Yeah.
People
we need more Gambit in a crop top.
Not all of them. No, I enjoy. I enjoyed I didn't watch X-Men '97 though, so isn't it on?
It's still
on Disney. Big Gambit moments.
I mean, I'll watch it whenever I turn Disney Plus back on. Last time I turned it on, it was just said that I could watch Andor. So and I watch Andor.
It was a good reason to turn it
And
on.
caught up in a bunch of other stuff, and then ran out of time because I do it like a month or two at a time, and then I go to the next one. So
I'm not gonna lie. I want an entire series of Mon Mothma living her best life. Like every episode can end with her clubbing,
and then
I'd be
Gambit
for it.
can show up in the pink crop
In the
top,
pink crop
and they'll
top,
dance
and
together.
Yeah.
freaking instant seller.
Dance party.
And then you drop in "Hot to Go" by Chapel Roan for the music.
Now we're talking. If Disney wants
I
to
need-
make money, make it happen.
I need a lot more Mon Mothma figures, and frankly, Star Wars was like, "Do you like clones?" And we're like, "No," and they're like, "Here you go,
HasLab
enjoy."
Dream Project.
Yeah, I'll be. And then your last, I like it, but
I like
not-
it. Well, I mean, I don't like it, but I like that they did it. I don't know. It's like I remember, like I posted this on Instagram, and I was like, "Where was this energy like 3 years ago? Like when you were making like obscure Batmans and more obscure Batmans, and then more obscure Batmans. Where like why didn't you just do this?" So too little, too late. Eat my ass. That's all I have to say on the matter. But it's like good idea, bad execution.
Where was Shrek 3 years ago?
Exactly.
We finally get a Christopher Walken action figure.
You know,
Andrew, you're over here saying, "Eat my ass." My response is, "Don't threaten me with a good time."
give me.
If you want to
My
go 5
phone.
rounds with Muhammad Shrek, I'm happy to oblige. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You done?
I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to go out and find every obscure Christopher Walken figure there is, and just have a Christopher Walken collection because there are a couple. I mean, at least in the last 2 years, there's at least 2. This and Dune.
Oh, yeah.
Sleepy Hollow.
Oh.
Yeah, Sleepy Hollow back in the
Wow.
McFarlane is the
McFarlane's
only
free.
one making Christopher Walken figures.
Maybe he's the only one who has the rights to the likeness.
You know,
I
that
sold my
could be it.
likeness to Todd McFarlane years ago. It is not
Maybe he's
proven
not
to
good
be a
taste.
financial boon.
Well,
I actually didn't
No.
realize I was signing it off when I signed on to Sleepy Hollow, and he almost sued David Spade for putting me in Joe Dirt.
yeah.
He keeps doing movie maniacs, but I've yet to show up as my character from The Continental, let alone Joe Dirt.
That would be a good one. The
I
concept.
keep holding out hope for McFarlane to do movie maniac Suicide King figures. I think a 2-pack of meat with Jay Moore would be gangbusters.
I'd buy the shit out of that.
Actually, I would buy the hell out of that.
That'd
Yeah,
be
but
a
then
great
Jay Moore
freaking
would turn out
2-pack.
plagiarized his face from somebody, and it'd be a scandal again. So
Scandal.
I do want to say before we move on to like the Christopher Walken, I remember like at the time, much like with Batman '89, I'm like, where's Vicky Vale? And just so I'm not like a one note person, like when Batman Returns came out, I was like,
Where
where's
was
Max
Max
Schreck?
Schreck?
Like I
was
wanted
the
they're boring
ultimate
characters,
villain.
but I wanted them. And they were major characters. I'm like, why don't I have these things? Like,
He
Well, and
was like the puppeteer behind everything, and they were like, he's not very action figure-y.
well,
I don't know.
here's
Not with
what I-
that attitude.
A freaking egg-shaped, dwarf with freaking, paddle
Yeah.
hands. That's
kidding
action figure.
7 years old, I would have 100% bought an Alexander Knox figure. I'm
Well,
not
well,
joking.
But
Yeah.
what I will say
We
is
gotta
as
bob
far
the
as-
goon with a knife. We can't get Knox with his freaking camera or tape recorder. Come on, again, these were crucial characters.
Well, like
Yeah.
Shrek, like Max Shrek, not Shrek.
Interchange.
Yeah.
I mean, like he's very toyetic anyway, so it would have been really easy for Kenner to do like an action
Yes.
pose and give him a ridiculous weapon, and
They could have stolen like the Beetlejuice body. It's already got the right
They-
striped
Yeah,
suit.
like-
Just
Beetlejuice
slap
is
the
bigger.
freaking goofy clown head on it, and we would have been
But
good.
they could have
Wouldn't have been
reused
that
it
hard.
for like the Shadow or the Phantom. Like they have,
Yeah.
they could have reused that mold.
Easily. Like there's so many different things, and just I don't know. it was weird. I wondered why we got Bob the Goon, but we didn't get any of the other goons back in the day. And it's like
Well,
Joker had a whole gang.
To be fair, that was Toy Biz, not Kenner. So.
Yeah.
Fair
I remember,
enough.
I remember getting Joker, Batman, Bob the Goon before the movie came out, and I was like, I can't wait to see what Bob the Goon's all about. And then I saw, and I was like, what?
He really didn't have that big of a role, but I'm cool with
Nope.
He was the Constable Zuvio of Batman 89.
Completely.
He did have that judo kick action, though.
That's true.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
which
loved
he
that
also
knife
didn't use.
accessory. It was so plain.
But also,
Bendy.
I loved it. It was
The
like,
other side
cool, he's got a knife.
of Bob the Goon is also, and now that Reaction is doing, well, they were. We don't know what's going to happen now that Kyle's gone. But they were doing all the rock and roll figures. So Bob the Goon very much could be your roadie. So
I'd be down.
He did have roadie vibes.
Yeah, the jacket and all, man.
Mhm.
This is gonna be my only swipe at McFarlane tonight. I know I've come so far.
And that's hard. That's hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, we're how long into this?
And as much as I like the Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman, she's the whole reason I started adult toy collecting in earnest. That figure from Kenner. Looking at her here makes me think I'm gonna go on eBay and find a Kenner 1992 Catwoman card to put on the wall and call it good.
Good to go, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't it. This is. I'm glad they made it, but because they do the big diapers and all the janky limbs, I'm like, no thanks. I don't want this.
I feel like if McFarlane had done this figure 3 years ago when he first got the effing license, I would have been extremely enthusiastic about that Catwoman. But at this point, it feels like when you break up with somebody and then but you live together, and then for those last 3 or 4 weeks before they get the F out of your house, and then you have to prevent them from stealing your coffee grinder.
Hey, nobody better lay a hand on my coffee grinder.
Otherwise, they're pretty nice, and they're doing it they finally remember to put the toilet seat up. They remember to not eat the last bagel. They remember not to be on the seat when they don't put it up. I feel like that's what's happening with Todd. He's trying to I wasn't so bad after all, was I? Look, Catwoman.
That's what it is. He's like, I don't know why you guys went ahead and decided to get the license over to Mattel. Look, I could do stuff that they like too. I just had to do everything I liked first.
Oh, child.
That has been his approach to business since the 90s.
Yeah, it's true.
It's literally what if a child could do what they wanted as a business. That's been Todd's approach. And again, I love a lot of stuff he's done. If it wasn't for Todd, we wouldn't have Four Horsemen Studios. He's done a beautiful job with a lot of stuff. I can pay him all the credit in the world. It's just some of his choices are very, very questionable.
And that's what's crazy about that, because I've made this joke about the Superpowers collection, but Todd in general, this DC multiverse line and stuff, it is very strange, the parallels between Todd McFarlane and my ex-girlfriend Michaela. Very strange. It's very, very strange.
Not Michaela.
Very, very repentant after the fact.
Yeah.
Q Cult's saying about Black Canary is needed in both lines, multiverse and superpowers.
Yeah, the fact that she wasn't in Wave 3 is both lines. It's baffling to me.
Wonder Woman Buck is essentially a bare female body with painted details on it.
Yeah,
go
there you go.
Make it happen. It's real freaking simple from here.
Well, even the Wonder Woman Buck. The Wonder Woman Buck, you could do Nubia, you could do Donna Troy, you could do Artemis, you could do Hippolyta. All these characters have had exactly the same Wonder Woman thing. You could have rode that thing into the ground, but you didn't.
One female per wave, Todd. I know you think you can't sell an entire wave of females. That's fine, whatever.
You could.
You can.
Definitely can. It's massively needed, but we get it. You're not going to change your opinion on that. One per wave, and we could have covered so many missing women.
Wait.
13 by this point.
Wait.
Like,
Kyle L. No. Kyle L. No.
Hello.
But what do we know? We don't make toys.
Sorry.
It's Todd's fault. That's why.
As soon as we reached
Todd, why Gal get out of the kid accent?
I had my Kyle L. No moment. Sorry, Galacto.
I say it like once a day now. I'm just like washing the dishes, and I'm like, my favorite time of day is nights. Hello. Like I just saw my like a parrot and watch too much TV. Like
Maxwell Lloyd, give me the stone now. You don't know the danger you are. Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna make fun of Galacto. Everyone else is. Anyway. And then this was also
this is quick. Like the figure, gorgeous, much needed, whatever. That ponytail head on the far right is from a very specific meme from a very specific episode where she's with like Cyclops and Corsair, and she's like, there's someone shooting at them, and she's like, I shall meet you at the monorail, and she just takes off and goes, I guess, to the monorail, and they made that head, and I cannot get over it, and I cannot be happier that I got a monorail storm head. Like, it is such a stupid deep cut.
Right. Well, again, we're getting X-Men 97 here because they're giving this version of Storm the Mohawk. Down for it. That has been a missed Storm look for one of her most popular eras, the Mohawk Storm. And we're finally getting Mohawk Storm. Yes.
Did they do Mohawk Storm for X-Men 97 figures?
Yeah. The one that came with the Quinjet. Or I said Quinjet, but the Blackbird. The one that came with the Blackbird had the Mohawk head. I remember somebody, actually it was Ziggy, he was like, I don't understand why she's got, I don't get why she's got the freaking Mohawk. Storm never had that look. And I'm like, in the new cartoon she does. And she rocked it through most of the 80s when clearly you weren't reading X-Men comics. So that's
I'm very tired. I'm very tired of opinions as facts. I'm like, just because you don't know something, you could just not talk. This is an option. If you don't know a thing,
shut up. 90 trading cards right now, because they're right over there. She has a Mohawk.
I could prove you wrong. I could prove you wrong. Wikipedia could prove you wrong. If you shut your mouth and didn't talk, you might learn something.
We could just try the education
technique. There in your wrongness.
Hey, Google, what's up with all the Storm Mohawks? You know? Like, that's all you got to do. All you got to do.
He literally just talked to me. He's like,
to sit there and down talk a style just because you didn't know it existed. There's somebody out there who's wanted this figure for far too long, like myself.
Yeah,
I've wanted Mohawk Storm for ages, and now
I love Mohawk Storm. But also, I would pay $200 Canadian for. I shall meet you at the monorail. Like I would go that far for a stupid meme. Like that's how petty I am.
I keep laughing. I keep laughing at that because I literally said those words my junior year of high school on the Disney trip at Epcot Center. And I was referencing that episode.
Put your hair up in a ponytail.
Hi,
like
pony.
I literally threw my arms up and said, I will meet you at the monorail.
He ganked this Karen before we had Karens. Remember those days? He ganked this Karen's ponytail and put it on just to say it. And she complained to the manager.
She sure did.
Oh dear.
And then
I haven't thought of that in almost 30 years.
Well, there you are.
It's so stupid. But it's like I had a T-shirt with just that on it, like for a long time. Like,
oh God,
that's awesome. Oh God, what's that?
That's why this is my likes, and the wants. This is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, Glitter and Gold was not actually shown at Comic Con, but she was shown at Toy Fair, I want to say. But then during the panel, they were like, "We're doing Glitter and Gold, 3 OG holograms," and then they were like, "The pre-orders on August 5th, which is fun fact Tuesday." And I'm like, "Well, why didn't you show me what I am paying money for?" So it's there's a bit of confusion thing happening here right now, but very exciting.
Now, are they
Hello.
dropping the new album on Tuesday? Because you know
Yeah.
They
that
dropped it. They dropped it last week.
I didn't even realize they had dropped it. I knew they were recording it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that
It's good. Britta Phillips still got it. Like, it's really good.
I got to see her at Joe Fest. Like, I didn't walk up to her table because there were people lined up paying money for signatures, all that kind of stuff. I let them people have it. Then while we were in the lobby of the hotel, like on the last days, she was walking out, and I said, "Oh my God, Jim!" And like I was all struck, and she was so nice, so cool. She
Oh,
was
I've
just
told the
walking
story.
through.
I've told the story here before, and probably elsewhere too. But like, I went to Gem Con once, and it's the only con where like Britta wasn't there, but Samantha Newark was there, and someone else, one of the big like voice actors, is coming. But it's like it's not so much like they go to a panel and they're like, "Thanks, have a good con." They go to lunch with you. They go to the party with you. They do coke with you in the bathroom. Like they are crazy. Like they are so like down for whatever. And so like I remember like Samantha Newark, like Jem, comes up to me, she's like the thing's over, we're wrapping up, we're all going off. She's like, "Where's the party?" I'm like, "I'll show you where the party is." So we went out and we
We're
went out. I'm like, "Me and Jem are going out tonight," and we surely did.
Yeah, you know, being a kid in the 80s, watching this cartoon and everything like that and jamming out to it, did you ever think that in your adult life you'd be like, "I'm going to go party"? No, it was a cartoon. You didn't think about the
Yep.
person who was doing the voice. And, you know, here we are years later. We have so much respect for these people that gave voices to our iconic, you know, role models and such of the age. And it's so neat to be able to go to these things and experience meeting them in person.
Oh hell yeah!
I never once
Yeah.
thought I'd ever like it. It was not on my bingo card anywhere out of the like
No.
6 bingo cards that I ordered when I walked into bingo night. It wasn't on any of them. Period. And it happened in my lifetime. Neither was. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happened at Joe Fest that wasn't on my bingo card that happened. So
List of things. So yeah, Gem, if you're a Gem fan, we're buying these dolls apparently Tuesday. Check loyal subjects. I don't know. I can't believe that's a thing or true, but we'll see. We'll see.
I'm sure
Loyal
BBCS will get them as well.
killed it.
Sectors we've kind of covered, but that was
Yeah.
also
Love.
Andrew's big deals.
Horny, wet bug people. Love.
Now back to
these,
Marvel Legends.
So the only Marvel Legends I buy is like X-Men 91, 92. And these are literally the last. This is the missing link. These are the last two I wanted. And every time there's a convention or a big toy show, I'm all like, "Come on!" Like these two, I literally post about it every single time. And this time they were on stage. They said, "We get complaints that we don't finish teams, so here you go, noobs, like nerds, nerds." And I was like, I'm so stoked. I'm like, I'm done. There's a few villains I might get, but I'm like, I'm done. I can finish the collection. Rest easy. Like, I'm just thrilled to see it. And they look good.
I
feel
mean,
like
if
they're-
you look at their track record, they really don't finish any teams.
No.
Yeah, they are kind of bad at that.
Like they'll start something and they'll go like halfway and then they're like,
I feel like Rachel Phoenix. I guess it's how old. So everyone knows which Phoenix. Like I feel like she's super overdue. I feel like the fact we're just now getting her a Marvel. I mean, and this is the Marvel Legends I probably will pick up because Phoenix.
Is this the first Rachel Summers?
yes. No, wait, there's a Marvel girl, Rachel Summers, from God, like 10 years ago. She's ugly as hell.
But this is
Oh,
as far
okay,
as I
that
know,
one. I mean, like 90s.
the
Rachel.
Like
first
this. No.
proper-
Yeah.
This is the first one, yeah.
Yep.
Jesus, now?
Yep.
Now,
And this is a costume she wore from like 1986 till 1999. Like
Yeah.
this was a long stretch. Like
But at one point, we got a Blackheart figure.
Two.
Yeah.
Two?
Toyz gave us a Blackheart way back at the beginning of the line.
Yeah.
And then we just got a
like,
recent Build-A-Figure after we were told they could never release them at retail. And then they did just as Build-A-Figure. With one of the other characters, they could not release at retail, but then they did.
And they're just now doing this version of Rachel Summers Phoenix.
Yeah.
So baffling.
Okay.
And then X-Force. I mean, X-Force has been done for, I would say, like, no joke, at least 2 years. Like, at least 2 years. And
They've
then
even
we're like,
done versions 2 of some of the characters in this version of X. We got to the point where we're doing the X-Force that had nothing to do with like X-Force anymore. It was like
like
Scott Summers Hit Squad X-Force. And it's like now we're gonna finish out this. Mind you, we haven't even finished out that version of X-Force either. They released like 90% of it in 1 year. But there's still missing parts.
But I mean, these two, this was like huge. This was a shock. Like, I expected one or the other. I really did. I'm like, this is like, they have to like put up or shut up at this point. And then they were like, they just blew their load. They're like, here. So I'm like, fine, thank you. I can walk away happy. I still want like a Deathbird. I would still love a Harry Leland to finish the Hellfire Club. There's still like Exodus, a few villains, but for like the X-Men, we're done here, and I'm thrilled.
I want the rest of my Age of Apocalypse X teams.
God, no, that's not going to happen. They're never going back to that.
Look, man, we got Gambit as a one-off, like this past year, and even then, it's not like accurate. It's like close to. They said it was Age of Apocalypse inspired Gambit, which I thought was a very weird choice of words, and because it's like it's there, like you can look at it and you recognize it as that, but it's not quite. But I'd like the rest of the externals from that. Like, I want the Jubilee. I want, again, all of those. We haven't even gotten an Angel from Age of Apocalypse yet. And it's like...
No, he was very suave and debonair there. Yeah.
And again, Nightcrawler. Like, we got... The X Factor one's got the scar, but, I'd like to see the rest of those, but I seriously doubt we'll ever get them.
No, I mean, I was like, I'm more into actually like buying, like, I have a sort of vintage, I guess vintage now, like a Toy Biz X-Men collection. But like the Siren Song of the Age of Apocalypse Toy Biz figures, I'm kind of like, someday I might go back. Like,
yeah, I got to tell you, I definitely had Weapon X from that because it was like one of my must-haves. Like, from Toy Biz was that. The actual Apocalypse that came out back then, I wanted that. So like, again, getting some of these in Legends where they actually have like really nice articulation and stuff, having an actual like a full size Sabretooth and Wild Child now in a collect, like that's one of the whole reasons I dipped into Marvel Legends. The first two ones that I've got now, somebody early on the channel, and I have no idea who the hell it was. They had to have my address. Got me a Weapon X and Jean Grey from Age of Apocalypse. They must have heard me say on one of my streams about how they were my favorite. Showed up in a package on my doorstep, no return address, no idea where it came from.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was really, really wild. So I got those two, and then it was like when that wave went on clearance at Ollie's, I was like, give me all of it. And
I'll take you.
Yeah. And then now it's like I still need to go back and finish up getting the rest of the wave that had Wild Child, Jean Grey, and because originally I was like, I'm just cool with these two. I can be cool with these two. But then that wave came out, and if I got a Sabretooth, I had to have the Wild Child to go with them. That's a set that needs to happen.
Yeah. And then Blink was in a different line. It's a complex thing to buy. So anyway.
Carry on with actual news that we got.
Yeah. I mean, this is this.
Like, I had that Fright Features one with the skirt that would twirl like as a kid,
Yep.
you know, because like she got scared, so she spun around and her skirt flared up, and
It
it
was the
was like that
closest
was
secretary Janine we got. Yeah.
right because it's the only one that had a skirt. And now, mind you, I
Yeah.
loved the ones that were in the suits too, but they never just released one in the suit with like a proton pack either.
Yeah. Yeah. Also that. Yeah. I mean, this thing. I mean, like, I remember, like, I talked to Alex like here and there, and I remember screaming at him. I'm all like, cross legs so she can sit properly, and he's all like, "Oh, I might do it," and like lies, choking your lies, Alex Brewer. Um. Yeah. No, she's perfect. Like, this is beyond. Because I was actually like literally like building. I was going to like dollhouse websites to build like a 6 to 7 inch like office for her. I have many pieces I've since thrown out, but like this is it. Like it's everything I want. The
Right?
cross legs, 3 different like nail filing hands, sassy bitch face, like all of it. It's all there. It's all
Everything.
perfect.
All of it. Like everything she did as the secretary of the
Yeah,
Ghostbusters
Look,
is here
look at that
with this
computer
set.
and lamp.
Oh
I
yeah.
know. It's
Oh
so
yeah.
80s.
Love
I
it.
hate to like zero in on like two of likely what most would consider some of the most mundane things ever.
Oh no.
But again, as we've said multiple
However,
times
I'm in
tonight,
good company,
Yep.
the
and that
details.
computer and that lamp, like I have
Perfect.
that lamp over there. I'm not joking. I have a very similar
Oh yeah.
lamp 3
red
feet from me
phone.
right now.
Like, first off, this is 100% just for us because nobody that's like under our age is going to recognize that style of phone, period.
No,
It's got
No. Like
I
actual
have
buttons
I
and a cord. It doesn't
I
make sense
have
to
a
them.
phone nook in my house, like built into the wall, a phone nook.
Yes, as
Oh
it
yeah.
It's still
And-
here, and like Allison and Andrew know this. Oz, you may not. The house I live in right now is a house my aunt rented in like 1989, 1990. It's part of the reason why I bought it. And that phone nook has like, remember being a kid and like drawing a cube on your notebook, like you make a
Oh,
square.
yeah.
Make a square. There is literally a cube written into the molding, the trim from my cousin from like 1990. And Henry was like, "What, Daddy, why is that thing there?" I'm like, "Well, honey, that was a phone. That's where you put a phone." And it wasn't computing with him. He's like, "Well, no, Daddy, this is a phone." He picks up my phone or Shawnee's
You're
like,
like,
"What are you
no.
doing?" I'm like, no, child. You need to understand something.
Kid, you
And
don't
I
get it.
try-
That's 4 steps beyond a tricorder, what you have in your hand right there.
Yes. And then I took him
Yeah.
to because I think at the time there was still one in our bedroom. I hadn't disconnected it yet and pulled it apart. I was like, no, honey. I went and found a phone jack in this house. I'm like, that is how we used to be on the phone. Like there are
And the
kids
internet.
who like do not understand how this works.
Right?
So there's gonna be like youngins that look at like, what the hell is on her desk? I'm like, that is a phone, child.
Completely. Also, I mean, like, someone asked me like recently. They were like, someone wants to send me a fax, and I was like, what? And they were like, they
Somebody
want to
tried
fax me
sending you a
something.
fax recently.
Yeah, and they were like, what's your fax number? I'm like, I have one actually. I'm not willing to share it because I don't know.
It's like, I have
Did
a
they
fax
ask for
machine,
your
but it hasn't
paper
been
number
connected
after
in
that?
20 years.
I deal
Like-
with companies that do sell faxes.
They do.
And so
Yeah.
sometimes
They
I
do.
do have
Alice
to
and I
do
deal
that.
with faxes on a daily basis.
But I
They
will say
advertise
that,
via fax.
yeah, it's for medical billing stuff. However,
Mhm.
I did recently have to do a call for myself for personal business that was not medical related at all. And they were like, well, like, we need you to fax me. And I'm like, well, where do I need to fax? 2016? And they did not
Look,
appreciate that.
Like,
Look, Circuit City and Staples have pretty much closed their doors at this point. So let me go
honest
to my
God, like,
doctor or dentist's office and I
Yeah,
will see if they will allow me to use their fax.
in the medical,
yeah.
like medical insurance stuff, like you do have to fax stuff just because it's the most
Mhm.
secure way to get.
So
Like
much
it's
more
not
secure than
easy.
emailing.
I guess.
Yeah, it's not secure at all to like attach some documents in an email and mail it to whoever.
Hope for the best.
Yeah, so fax in that capacity, yeah, but whenever it's like
I was gonna
not
say it's
medical and they're trying to
medical
get me to fax.
industry and law
Yeah,
firms
I'm
exactly.
do
dealing
fax quite frequently.
And it was
real
neither of
estate
those
too.
things.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
for
again,
the
and
same purposes.
it wasn't something where I'm like, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. It was literally like, you need me to fax you. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Regina.
Yeah.
Um,
All
and
right.
I didn't
Sing
fax
'em.
her. I was like, I can't just email you. She's like, I guess. And anyway,
You know what? We should have had a fax machine with this set. Damn it, Mondo,
that
you
would be
let me
perfect.
down.
Yeah, God. I'll buy
And
one
we'll
of that
just
doll site I found.
You nailed all these other details, but you fucked me on the toy
we'll
fax
just
machine.
Way to shit the
I'm
bed.
not
Wednesday,
buying it. I'm not
Next
buying
one-
it because of that.
next Wednesday we'll just all get in a chat at Gotham City tonight and let Alex know how he has let us all down.
I
Yep.
appreciate that. Thank you. Now, I thought
and-
the companion ghost too with the desk.
Also fun.
Yeah,
Those
are-
are really neat throwbacks to the old toy line because both of those were companions.
and
I'm pretty sure those will be cardboard, so we're
That's okay. Cardboard again still works. It's a great thing.
And is that the Slimer that has the cake?
That's the Slimer that's kissing. That's
Got it.
yeah, that's the kissing
that's
face
Derek's
Slimer, and
favorite Slimer.
I don't
and
know
it's
if
very
that much-
iconic. Like,
Want to be that?
it's a very
Slimer.
iconic look for him. Also, like, I mean, I've had discussion like every time I post my like being like I need more Jennings like on Instagram. Like, there's I can name like probably like 7 different people who message me every single time, and the great debate was which color scheme Janine comes with, whether it was like orange yellow or blue teal, and I was like, we'll see, but they could always do more. And then likewise, they could always do. She's had like 3 different like Ghostbusters uniforms, so they could
She
sort of
was
go back and
in
do that. So she's got a
Peter
lot of options.
Venkman's, right? She
The
was in
white and pink.
Venkman's. She was totally in the pink. The pink was my favorite. I freaking
I love the
love
pink.
the pink.
Yeah, and then all white with red.
Yeah, which
You,
was basically like Egon's Fright Features toy version.
Pretty much, yeah. So she's got like, I mean, 3 looks, and plus two, like this costume, she's got like a pink shirt and blue dress that nobody wanted. And then on top of that, I mean, that she's got 1,000 different heads because they kept changing her. So she's got
Yeah.
some mileage still. I think there's like, I mean, this is the one-stop shop for me. But I mean, like, if they want to keep going with her, well, there's a lot of things you could do.
Could you imagine what would happen to me if Shauna cosplayed Janine?
We wouldn't
With
see
that
you
big
for a
swoopy
while.
hair.
Yeah,
Yep.
remember me kindly, friends. Remember me kindly.
It's like Death by Snoo episode of Futurama, where it's like, I died as I lived.
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
I'd be all for it.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
If I'm gonna die, it better be that or a blaze of glory. Either way,
Broken
You
pelvis.
can make it to
I love-
Valhalla either death.
I love my
That's
wife.
all that matters.
And now, Andrew, do you have any rants for the people?
No, actually. Like, I don't care about the snake layer. I really don't. I love that there's a she'll meet you at the monorail moment. I like that. I mean, Comic Con has been shitty for quite a few years. And this is and again too, I was like working from home during this Comic Con, so I actually had the luxury of refreshing 17 pages on YouTube, or Instagram things. Like I was on it. But like there was a lot. There was like the Garfield Ninja Turtle. There was a lot. Like there's a lot of fun, stupid things that even if you like sort of blink, if I wasn't on it, if I wasn't constantly refreshing things, I would have missed a lot. And there's like it was fun. It reminded me of like old time days where like me and my best friend Chad would like every time there's a Masters of the Universe Classics panel, we weren't there, but we would be refreshing news sites, being like, "What's coming? What's coming? What's coming?" And it very
Right.
much felt like that. I was very much like in the zone, looking for the next fun thing. So, and that's what that was this year, and I haven't felt that in a long time. So that's my rant. Fun,
Excellent.
have fun,
Have fun.
have fun.
All right. For me, the stuff I liked, thought looked good, but I'm not gonna buy. All the classified stuff. It's just not my jam. I am 100% cherry pick on classified, and it's mostly just the ladies for my cool action figure lady shelf. So yeah. Mossman for Masterverse, amazing. I cherry pick Masterverse, and at this point, it's mostly just the ladies again. And it's sort of space, and it's also sort of I'm all in for Origins, so it's really hard to try to even remotely be all in for Masterverse as well, and still buy things that aren't Motu. But he's really cool. He makes me, if he shows up on sale at some point, I might get one. Just like with classified, there are times I'll pick up a classified if it's on sale, even if it's not one of my favorite characters. Again, the vintage collection, this crowdfund is really cool. I only buy playsets and vehicles from the original trilogy for space. I would buy all of these figures if they were individually available, but
this was such an odd thing to me because first off, you look at previous HasLabs.
Yep.
All those ships had like Jabba's sail barge had a lot of interior that you never got to see in the movie, so you get to experience it. The Millennium Falcon, a lot of interior that you get to play around with. The Ghost, a lot of interior that you get to play around with. Like, I get that they upscaled this Republic gunship, but the Republic gunships, if it were true to scale, you're supposed to be able to fit a speeder bike in there, and that ain't happening in that. And
it's like it's fine. It's just really it feels really drab. Like you could look inside that thing and you're like,
I just don't feel there's enough in a Republic gunship to fully merit a HasLab that's barely scaled up from what we got at retail a couple of years ago. Right? It's not like this is a Black Series. This is vintage collection. This is 3 3/4, and it's slightly larger than what we got at retail. It fits 4 more figures than the retail version did, because I had like the old Legacy series gunship, and there's really not much with this that one didn't do. And at least that one had like the little grappling hook that could go down and lower and pick up the guys and bring them back up. So like it had like, I don't know, a playable feature. This one's got a couple of seats and like, I guess you would call them suicide handles. And then the stretch goals, like,
I was just going to ask about those. Now, I would wager all three of you are far more versed in Star Wars than I am. I have a very pedestrian love of Star Wars. Like, I love the original trilogy. That's something my old man and I connected on. I don't have a deep connection to the toys and such with it. I have some love of the merchandise and what have you, but probably not as much as the three of you. Are those stretch goals a little nuts? That seems nuts to me. 8,000, 10,000, 12,000, 14,000, or is that part and parcel for Star Wars? I know that there's a huge fandom there.
Star Wars,
outside looking in, that seems nuts.
For Star Wars, the stretch goals don't seem anything out of the norm of what they've done for the last couple.
This is pretty standard.
That's pretty standard.
The package that doesn't make sense, and again with those kind of numbers.
Yeah, the stretch goals seem pretty normal. The basic I mean, again, like I don't do any. I would not buy anything that, unless I would consider Queen Amidala's silver ship, and for vintage
Yeah.
collection, they really
No,
open
that
that up.
That'd be
I
fun.
think that as a HasLab would be cool because
Or
again, you got a lot of
even
interior
her Attack of the
compartments.
Clones ship. Again, Amidala is outside of my standard. I only do original trilogy. I do Amidala stuff.
Yeah,
This
total
feels like
badass.
Disney. Lucasfilm was like, we really want you to do something from the prequels for this round of HasLab. And with the Star Wars 50th anniversary coming up in 2 years, obviously the next the next year's HasLab, if we're all still alive and they're still happening, will probably be original trilogy, or definitely we're gonna get like a mega Millennium Falcon, a Sandcrawler, Death Star,
I
a
would say
Star
Death Star.
Destroyer in
Then
2027.
Death Star. Right.
So
Yeah.
it feels like Disney / Lucasfilm probably said, why don't you do something from the prequels? And Jedis and clones are what people tend to like from the prequels. So I mean,
I get that.
based on it, it makes sense. Again, if I were all in on vintage collection, I would be backing this because I think it's pretty cool. I remember the previous version of this was like 120-ish before it started getting marked down. With inflation, this is not that much more. So
Yeah, I think the one that I got when it came out, which was like right after Revenge of the Sith,
yeah,
that one was only like $80.
Yeah,
And again, it was one of those. And then I got like the Hunt for Grievous pack,
yeah,
so I could load it out. And the one that I got, I believe it was whichever one had the Twi'lek painted on the outside of it, like kind of like the old World War II, and they would put the pinup.
Oh yeah,
plane.
that was funny.
Mine had the Twi'lek on the outside because it was specifically geared towards the idea of the ARC troopers in it from the Gendy Tartakovsky shorts, because we didn't have
I
the
love.
animated Clone Wars yet. That had not
Yeah.
released yet. That was still like 2 or 3 years down the road from that point. Again, I just overall package, I think this is weird, especially when it gets to the Jedi unlock tiers. I get that first tier goal, they haven't released a version of that character since the original Clone Wars toys came out. That
Yeah.
was that one Jedi that hopped up like to
Well-
go attack Jango and Dooku. He was like the first Jedi to die, basically.
Yeah.
Like he jumped up there and he was done.
Well, like all of them were the ones. I think all these were shot down. Were they? Or was that?
No,
I mean, the thing is, like,
SAS 18 and
Oh, he's fine, yeah.
AGR, those other two, both were on the team with
They
Kit
fine.
Fistu that battled Palpatine when Mace
Oh, yeah.
Windu went to confront him. So again, like you've got 3 Jedi there that are unlock goals, and yet 2 out of the 3 were actually part of a trio that did something, and the other guy is somebody who showed up for 5 seconds.
right.
And here's
If
the problem with Star Wars, and this is where, like, I mean, I was so excited, not to get a different rant, but I mean, I was so excited for so many things during Comic-Con, and then the Star Wars panel happened, and they sort of dropped this turd, and then showed some repaints of characters we've gotten like 14 times already, and I was like, who hurt you? Like, who hurt you, Star Wars team? Like, why did you phone this in so hard? But then with this one, I'm like, I'm so tired of Commander Cody. I am so tired of every goddamn clone and Mandalorian painted and repainted over and over again. And then this is your tier goal. You should be making Admiral Akbar's, General Dodonna's, General Riken, all these goddamn Jedis. These are the characters you should be making, period. Like, as part of the line. All the other crap, I don't care. All the repaints, all the clones, I don't care. I don't care.
right, like when they started doing the army builder packs, I thought we were going to see less of the repainted clones, because you were just going to buy your army builders and fuck it, paint it yourself. There's a customizing community out there. Just do it your damn self. Make up your own 5.0 first. Get some blue paint, spackle it on there. That's fine. The other weird thing is, like, we got that. I thought maybe they would tie in. They did the Mace Windu Palpatine dual pack or whatever that they released. Great, that's cool. That's in Black Series. Again, 2 out of the 3 Jedi that were also part of that battle that got killed off by Palpatine quick are in this HasLab, but in a completely different scale because they're not Black Series. Like
it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. Is what
it's
it
very
is.
confusing. Very confusing. Anyway, I'm sorry to steal talking about this thing for so long, but I'm passionate about Star Wars and I love Star Wars. I just don't understand what they thought with this. Just shy of $500 was. I mean, I think we found our vintage collection Rancor here.
Right.
Maybe we can finally get that bag of bones as a pivot at the end of the campaign here to really drive it home. Or you know what, cardboard display. Put that in at the end too. That'll really sell it.
I'll push it over the edge.
A big Geonosis backdrop.
Yeah.
Controversial HasLab.
Go for it. Yeah, it again, just super confusing HasLab, but that's cool. I mean, the Cantina funded, so you know that was really important.
Yeah,
Someone's buying these, so yeah.
Yeah. Next up, all these legends, they're cool, just not my jam. You know,
out of all of these, the must-have, like the one that I would want the most, is the Jubilee.
Yeah, she's cool. I would probably go White Queen for my preference, because I think she's of all of them like sort of an X-Men I do collect. When I do, it's Claremont Dark Phoenix era, and she looks really.
Say, she'd look great if you got the Goblin Queen from the original wave too.
Yeah.
Like have both of them on the shelf, so you got the White Queen and the Black Queen. That would have been amazing. That could have been a 2-pack.
Yeah, that would. And you know, like we all know, Hasbro with Marvel Legends will tweak and repackage, so we could see that at some point.
Yeah,
it's just. I mean, if any of these show up, any of the ladies from this wave show up discounted, I will probably end up with them.
I'll keep my eyes open at Ollie's.
No, you know, and again, anyone who's excited for these, I share your excitement, just not my jam. Right. Same with Mythic Legions. I saw a lot of cool stuff. Cosmic Legions, Mythic Legions, the crowdfund you talked about. It's really cool. It's just not my jam. For everyone who likes it, I like it too. It's just not enough to add it to the shelf. Especially now, I'm sort of trying to buckle down and only close up my vintage collections that I've been collecting for decades and trying to stick to the retro things, which will become evident with the first of the things I am picking up, which will be some Sectars.
Woo!
And I'm super excited that Walmart clearance their Sectars, and I was able to get that silver variant for $10.
Oh, you found the variant there. Nice. I didn't see that.
Yeah. And then I got through Hella Dope Toys. Everyone should go shop at Hella. I am not sponsored like some people and do not have a Sassy Moss Man commercial. But I got through them the other two. They were also discounted, I think, to $10 each. So I got a second Stellara and the other Dargon. So yeah, and I'll probably repaint the second Stellara into her other look. Or just make her pink.
There you go.
Yep. Red armor, love it.
Oh, sorry. Now that I'm talking, I forgot about chat. Sorry, guys.
You're good. I get it.
Masterverse again. I cherry pick. I'm definitely in for any of the ladies, and obviously Princess of Power. This is a really cool like Despara / Adora / She-Ra's Secret Identity. I really like the Batwing helmet. I will probably end up buying too many of these so that I can do some custom repaint stuff. Also, allegedly, if you take all that armor off, there's a pretty decent Adora under there. So
yes.
The anti-Eternia He-Man is super amazing, mainly because of that helmet and that shield. I definitely want the shield. I definitely want the helmet.
And that power sword. Look at that power sword.
All of the swords are really cool with it. So,
And his little wig.
Yeah, it almost looks like they asked the Four Horsemen if they could borrow the red-haired wig from their legendary
yeah.
barbarian.
Right.
Like it
But this
really
one
looks
is
just like the same hairpiece.
I don't know. These two just really stood out as like, and definitely
They were
cherry
fun.
picks. And I'm hoping
Yeah.
the Anti-Eternia He-Man shows up discounted at some point so I can get a second one to reuse the helmet and the shield and some of the accessories for customs. So yeah, these were really cool. These are my cherry picks. I may get the Mantenna. I'm fluctuating back and forth because he's super cool. But again,
His
not
eyeballs are
always.
so nice. Like they're like clear eyeballs. Like they're so nice.
Yeah, it's just really cool. Like it's super cool. That might be it technically is Princess of Power, so maybe. Overall, I'm all in for Origins, but I was really excited about the castle. I know some people don't like the paint app on the outside. This makes perfect sense to me. One, they've got the movie coming up. I doubt we're going to get a big movie, Gray Skull. So a better way than to have a Gray Skull out there when the toys start hitting for the kids than repaint the one they have. Tinker with it a little bit to make it appealing to collectors and people like myself who are all in. I was planning on buying a second Gray Skull to do some custom stuff. Now I kind of don't have to. I'm really excited about the 2000 and X Origins figures. I think those look really great. Actually happy they're giving us a proper 2000 and X Evil N after the very lackluster Origins one we got way back in the beginning.
I thought it was cool at the time just because we were getting Evil in different colors.
Yeah, the different deco.
Yeah.
Great. But this
it ain't this.
Scratches
It ain't
the
this.
itch.
Well, and I'm definitely gonna get a couple because what's Penny Dreadful from back in the He-Man.org, who actually Danielle who actually did work, her Blood Countess reuses 2000X Evil N. So I don't know that we will get the Countess just because of the nefarious nature of like fan creations, even though she technically worked on the brand and kind of had slid her into some things. Mattel is really despite what everyone says about them stealing their ideas, they're kind of gun shy when it's a real sort of clearly part of like a contest or whatever. So I definitely want a couple so I can custom some stuff. Zodak with a K. This is something I've wanted since the first time they gave us Zodak in Origins. That would have been a simple repaint. And now I'm glad they didn't just do the simple repaint because this one's much cooler. It also means I don't have to custom one. And my extra Zodak will now get painted orange, and he will be my X-Wing Pilot Origins Luke. And then Stingor is really cool. The She-Ra and the Swiftwind, really rad. I do think it's kind of lame that we don't know whether or not we're going to get Swiftwind outside of the fancy box. That's a little.
Is this Origins or Masterverse? I was kind of confused about that.
These are Origins.
Cartoon collection specific. Again, it's that slightly.
They're calling it a cartoon collection for 2000 and X. Which I think is partly why, again, I think that was tonight, right, that I mentioned this scale differences and sort of the Mondo 2000X. I think that's part of why things are working out the way they worked out. I think that's part of why Mondo's doing that scale because with the movie, that's what Masterverse is going to be pretty dominated by. Next, also Gem and holograms. Super exciting. Really glad that they're going to do all of the band. Hopefully we get all of the Misfits. I fingers crossed that it's all selling well enough for the loyal subjects to give us the Stingers as well. And a few of the side characters. As lame as Rio is, it would be kind of cool to get a Rio doll. You
I
know,
want all the boyfriends. Like they all had
Yeah.
like one or two boyfriends. I'm like, go
exactly.
go off. I don't care.
What I like about this line is that it's not huge, right? It's
Yeah.
not a huge line,
Right.
but like you said,
No.
it's all about if it sells. So I'm really hoping it does sell enough that it's the fans are passionate enough
Yeah.
that we can get through the complete series. Because again,
I
it's not a lot. There's not a
yeah.
lot to go through there.
Well,
Most
you'd be
of the
surprised
bodies
actually.
I
are
feel like it is
similar.
though because as sort of Andrew has mentioned, Integrity Toy. It was Integrity Toys, right? That's a company.
Yep.
Integrity.
When
Yeah.
they did Gem and the Holograms, they had very sort of limited scope ideas, and the fandom was like, hey,
Nope. More.
yeah. So they,
Yep.
so Integrity is $200 to $300, brand new.
Yep.
And just sort of the excitement I've seen for just the handful of releases so far among Gem fans, I feel like these are going to hit the sweet spot, especially if they can get that price, keep that price point where it is, like 20
Yep.
to $30.
And the thing is, like, I saw these. I remember seeing the gem doll originally, and I was like, "She's ugly. I hate her." And then I said, "I'm like, well, I'm gonna buy it." And then I got home, and I'm like, "This is really great." Like, I don't know why it's so. It's a doll. It's got the hair. It's got the whatever. It's got the clothes. But it's like it's very action figure-y. Like it's very
Yeah.
fun to play with. It's a very
Yeah,
fun toy. I was really surprised.
I haven't opened mine yet, but it's just like actually having it in box in hand, looking at it through, and then watching all the videos where people are taking it out. The loyal subjects really sort of, it's a doll, but it's like they approached it like an action figure in the way they constructed it. And they did the same
Yep.
thing with the Strawberry Shortcake and Rainbow Bright. Like they
Yeah.
have all the extra posability. So it makes me more excited for all the mask stuff I spent too much money pre-ordering.
Same.
I'm just, everyone was like, the loyal subjects have such a spotty track record. And so far, my experience is the exact opposite of that. So maybe it's sort of the girls' toys, the more,
But
you
I
know,
wouldn't
pink
even say
aisle
that. I
or
just
What have they had a spotty track record with?
a lot of people haven't
Beetlejuice.
liked the Ninja Turtles,
yeah, they're
the
Ninja
Beetlejuice
Turtles.
sculpts and all like that.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, for like most of the time, those figures are less than $20,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the articulation on them isn't terrible.
Yeah. The
The
paint was not
sculpting,
the best.
yeah, I mean the paint's not always the greatest, but like people were ripping on those Ninja Turtles. I got Connor all four of those Ninja Turtles. He beat the hell out of them. He loved them. He had a blast with them. Were
Mhm.
they NECA turtles? No. But for less than 20
Yeah.
bucks, I thought they were a steal. Their their Lord of the Ring figures. Yeah, well, I'm not the
Oh
like
yeah, those
looking
were
at
bad.
those. I was
Yeah.
like, those are real rough.
They should
But
never have done that because I mean, like their sweet spot is sort of like it's toys, it's
yeah,
toyetic, like '80s stuff. This is right where they live, and so Mask was great, Gem was great. They certainly pivoted where they had like the fun little chibi things for a long time, the blind boxes, and then they tried to
yeah,
make action figures with BSTAXN or whatever the fuck. Like it's bad.
best
They
action.
were bad. They were
That
terrible, and then they
was
pivoted
necessary.
towards like let's do like proper collectible but still toys. And I think this is where they've really hit the sweet spot. Because Gem, incredible. Strawberry Shortcake and Rainbow Bright, super fun.
yeah.
Mask, killer. Like everyone's talking about Mask. So I mean, I think they finally kind of grown into their potential.
Mask
Um,
from a reputable licensor. That's
yeah.
pretty sweet.
Yes. Yeah.
And really quick to Todd's question, it's not, it's the angle of the bow and the outfit and the way the light is hitting it that makes the boob look like it's a little off.
Mm. Way though.
Yeah, it makes it look like like she can see around the
Them didn't
corner.
wear a bra.
But
It
it's
looks
just,
a little chilly in there, but
it's just
we
because
can
of
move
the
beyond that. It's a
yeah, it's
toy.
just because of the bow. Like the bow makes it look like it's low hanging fruit, if you will. Next up, I am excited about the snake layer. All the haters can suck it.
All the haters got to go back at day one. They got what they wanted.
Go back at this is what you wanted.
Yep.
This is what you
Read
voted
your own
for.
receipts.
Anyway, I was like, this is what you wanted. This is what you voted for. I just had a flashback. Anyway,
Right?
to roughly a year ago.
So last weekend. Anyway, speaking of, I hope my aunt is having a terrible day. Work.
Me too, just because Allison said so.
I hope when she was washing her dishes today, the edge of her sleeve right here got wet.
I hope she
You're a monster.
a little wrong on them rinse.
I hope she took her
Luxury
shoes off,
home.
and she still wears pantyhose, and I hope she didn't take her pantyhose off and her dog shit in the living room and she stepped in it in her pantyhose and it squished up between the toes and the pantyhose.
Ew.
I hope when she flushed the toilet, it backed up and flooded her and everything got wet. Anyway, enough about my aunt. I'm excited about the snake layer. I'm sorry for people who aren't. I think this is a really cool toy. I'm
not sorry for people who aren't excited about it. It's easy. You just don't have to back it.
Yeah.
Don't go on a campaign to ruin everybody else's day. You just don't got to spend money on it.
Like, I definitely am going. It's, like, I've got to obviously crunch them because we bought a house. And there's a lot of stuff that comes with that. So I have to crunch the numbers. Fingers crossed I'm able to do the early bird, but I'll definitely back this. It's just I may not be getting a Lady Slither skeleton lady, depending on, making the money of it fit my budget over on the side of things. So
fingers crossed. It's difficult with this one, right? Because like with most crowd funds, you back it, they don't charge you until the end of the campaign.
Right. But
this one, you go to back it.
Yep.
And if it funds in a week, you get charged when it hits the base tier.
Yep.
So whenever it unlocks, if it unlocks at the end of the month, you get charged at the end of the month, which is great, right? You back it tomorrow, say you're waiting for next week for your paycheck.
Yep.
And it backs by Monday.
Exactly. So that's kind of like, and also, if they do shop pay options, that changes as well.
Yeah.
Like they didn't do that with Eternia right away, which is why I didn't get Eternia until later in it because I had to crunch the numbers and make it work. But also, I'm not going to be. Also, Mr. Home Arcade is probably going to order 20 of these. I bet he will reasonably sell me an extra lady. He will keep at least one that he won't get bashed into something else.
If you contact him ahead of time, he'll probably pull them aside from you.
Right, exactly. I will.
Or he'll just order an extra one so that he can have one for you.
Exactly. So, there's some options. And I was looking, the King Grayskull through Origins, the game with Eternia, is not horrible on eBay right now. It's less than there are options between $100 to $200 depending on shipping and I might pick that up at some point soonish. So anyway, I'm excited about this. I'm sorry that there are people who aren't, who want to shit all over it and try to make people feel like we shouldn't be excited about it. But that says more about them and their sad little miserable bitch asses than it does anything else. That was kind of my only other rant. The only real disappointment I had was the lack of Princess of Power at San Diego Comic-Con, and I mean even in Cartoon Collection. It would have been really nice to see like a Glimmer or Angela or Calcispella, Scorpia, Octavia. I'm not even talking toy-centric. It would have been nice to see a Swiftwind that isn't part of an amazing box set, because that amazing box set is so amazing you're not going to want to open it, which means
no.
You have to order 2 if you want to take us,
I want that box art to be a t-shirt.
It's really amazing, right?
I'm not an inbox collector, but I'm like, I would never take that out.
Yeah, and
Like
it's
never.
well, it's also based on like one of the one of the many storybooks from back in the day that
Yep.
they turned into a puzzle, that they turned into many things. So I wish that the Swift one would, we had some sort of confirmation that Swift one would be available separate, or there would be a more budget. Well, we don't know what the price is going to be when it's Mattel Creation. If it's like $45, then I'm like, cool, right? I'm not going to feel all,
if it's got the
right
double
there
dollar
would be
sign
good.
price tag, that's like, yeah, that'll be reasonably priced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's under $50 for the set, then I will make 2 happen and be completely non-grumpy about it, because I would do 2 at that price point anyway. 1 to open, 1 to keep mint in box just in case. And that's kind of
see them doing that high of a price tag for it. I really don't, because all the other 2-packs we've gotten, like Prince Adam and the Sky Sled,
Right.
Mechanic and the Ground Ripper.
Exactly.
Like whenever they've done a figure and a vehicle, or even if you go to the Tealans or the Skeletor and Screech.
Yeah, those were
they-
$29.99. So
Right, like they haven't really jacked the price up. I don't really see it being more than, and again, tariffs now what they are. I'd say $50-$60, and
yeah, that's what I'm
that's
expecting. just
fully
because-
reasonable for that.
And with any luck, they'll keep it slightly on the 45 to 50 side, because
I would
they
love
can turn around and do Arrow, Couch's Horse Storm. There are the Crystal Royal Swiftwind, Toy Swiftwind, Toy Arrow. Like
Hero went so hard on horses. Yeah.
Frosta, Glimmer, they all had horses. Cassispella had a horse. They Tila still hasn't gotten Charger.
If we start to get all them other horses, we better get a flocked Claudine.
I want.
Oh yeah.
And again, I get like
It's
Mattel
a little overdue now, in my opinion.
Well,
Even from classics, like way overdue.
Well, what's funny is originally Claudine was supposed to be part of Wave 1. And it was just Panther flocked in like a magenta pink color.
Yeah.
And then they did Storm instead. And then later, like Claudine is actually an entirely new sculpt. It looks like they took Panther / Battle Cat and sort of sized it down, but it's got some differences. So it's not even a straight. But I would be happy if they just did a straight up repaint of the Battle Cat mold. They could get away with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
If they did the main right, there's your Battle Lion. So
right, like you got to
figure. When Classics did Battle Lion, I was like fully expecting them to take that entire thing and just make Claudine, and then they didn't. So that sucks.
Never got around to it.
Thanos, my memory of this was it was like $39.99, I think.
55
for the Battlefield Warriors. Okay.
Yep, Battlefield Warriors when it came out was $55,
and then
after like a month and a half, it dropped down to like 25, and then it dropped down to like 15. Because I remember I ended up buying like at least 2 sets because I got one at the full price because it was there and I had to have it because I bought it. Not even I already had Battle Armor, He-Man, already had Battle Cat. I wanted the terrain and the little dragon dudes.
The little the little critter.
So I bought the whole thing full price just so I could get them. And then when it went down on sale, like I was like, all right, give me another one. I want more of the little critters. I want more of the terrain. Just because, like, again, that idea of just these little add-ons, these little world building details. Like Hasbro's finally getting back into the mix of it with Classified, giving like those little world building things. Four Horsemen have been doing it really good. Mattel from the start with Origins was kind of like peppering in those things, but then very quickly kind of backed off of it. And it bothered me a little bit.
It is weird how they pulled back on that.
Yeah, I thought it was really great that they were doing those things coming into the line. I hope they get back to it, especially since it seems like they're going more direct to consumer market
Yeah,
lately than more retail.
at some point, Origins, the brand manager changed, it appears, and it seems like when the new brand manager changed, there were certain little touches and flourishes that got dropped. And
Right?
that's not like a diss against that person. Like the 2 or 3 times she has, I don't know if she's even still there because they're not really obvious about that thing anymore. For some reason, they're not really open about who the brand managers are anymore.
I wonder who ruined that for us.
Yeah, it seems like that. Some policies around that as of the last, what was it,
10 years?
Anyway,
Yep.
but it seems like that happened at some point where they changed brand managers, and then some of those little details got lost, which is too bad because I feel like those little things make a huge difference. And
well,
well, I mean, I find with like Origins, like when it first got announced, it was clear they were going to do like a 1-for-1 Princess Toy remake, and I was like, that's cool. But then they did that Power Lords and the early Comic-Con pack, and I was like, this is kind of what I like. Again, like the Alcala, the mini comics, the darker side. I'm like, I want that. So if you're gonna make that, I'm down for it. And I was fully expecting to go that route, and it never really materialized. I'm like,
yeah, it's odd because sorry.
I was just gonna say we get it sprinkled here and there. They're trying to figure out and they're still working on it because they keep adjusting what they're doing. It seems like what they're trying to do is like, all right, let's try this. Okay, so it's selling, but we're hearing people say they want this. So let's pivot, let's adjust. Now we got these other people saying that they want this. So let's try to pivot. They're trying to please everybody, and they have to just realize you can't. So look at it overall and see what it is that you can really get by on. I think they've been doing a steady job of it, right? Like again, now we see when the Mattel Creation stuff hits, it's not selling out in seconds anymore. Like with a couple of exceptions, it's
funny because somebody
taking longer now.
Complaining about that, but I said no. This means that Mattel is finally figuring out the stock they need because, especially with Mattel Creations exclusives, a selling point of some of those things that won't ever be available outside of Club Grayskull is that when somebody joins a brand, like say you go and join a brand new this week, all of the previous ones that have not sold out, you could go in and pick all of those up. And that's a selling point for that $10 membership is that anything old, finger quote old, anything like any of the previous releases still available, you can go buy up to 3 of those. And I think to me that makes sense. It's sort of, they want the evergreen thing where like, and this is which is weird about how retail works now, because what originally killed Masters of the Universe and Princess of Power was sort of like the shelves were clogged with B characters, right? Everyone wanted He-Man and Skeletor. And so they tried to fix that with having Skeletor and He-Man like evergreen, but because of the way the toy industry has changed, that doesn't really work anymore. You have to have the Thunder Punch He-Man now to sort of be your He-Man refresh, and 3 really random sort of characters only the fans know that are cool.
So the simple fact that I can go on to Mattel Creations right now, and if I really, really wanted to, I could go buy another Vicron right now and get that jetpack to go with that.
Yeah.
To complete that Castle Grayskull. He's still available. I could go on there right now and get Night Stalker.
Yep. Exactly.
I could buy Geldor. He's still available. He's one of the ones that I really wanted that I didn't. I was like, I'll let it pass because I just don't have the money right now.
Yeah.
But if I wanted to, I'd go buy it. And again, these are stuff that I can just get without doing Club Grayskull exclusive. Rio Blast. He was another one that I was just like, I can
Yeah.
kind of let him go. He wasn't one of my favorite characters. He was a cool character, but not one of my faves. He's
Right.
still available right
Yeah.
now. So like all these secondary market guys that are buying these and trying to resell them, they're not really getting that money that they were when they
Nope.
first started. And because of that, like, they're not selling out.
And
Voltac's
they're,
still
well, and they're
available.
not. All the scalpers aren't snapping everything up anymore because it's not a guarantee that they're going to sell it all.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
means fans now have the ability to pick it up. So I think, like I have not felt the scarcity around any Origins, be it Origins cartoon outside of some of the Turtles of Grayskull stuff. That was really hard to find, but a lot of that I think is going to eventually show up in bulk because you've got the scalpers and a few of the early deluxe figures through Turtles of Grayskull that were harder to find and were going for a lot of money. I've been able to pick up on Amazon for less, for retail, which is fine. Like,
I go pick
I
up
think
the
like
Spara.
Bebop and Rocksteady and the
Oh, yeah.
Leatherhead, like those are really expensive and hard to find at first. I got both of those for retail on Amazon within the last month or two. Because finally the scalpers are realizing there's not the scarcity around, especially Turtles of Grayskull. There are a lot of people just not into that. So I feel like it's a nice sweet spot right now for Origins, be a cartoon collection. I think 2000 and X obviously is going to be sort of crazy making when it first hits. I think everyone's going to be like, oh my God, it's going to be hard to find it at first, but I feel like the demand will be met. I don't feel like anyone's going to have a hard time finding anything. I think maybe the movie figures next year, whatever those end up being, there will be some of that around it because I think kids are going to want those too. So I think it's just,
I ain't gonna lie. I want to get this green. I'm on Mattel Creations right now to kind of prove our point that you can still pick up a lot of this stuff. There is a Masters Universe still plays with action figures green hoodie. It's green. It's got Masters of Universe on it. Ah, man. I'd have to see what sizes. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
It only goes up to a 3X, which for most human beings, that would be plenty. But I am of that ilk where I'm 5X. So
I think it will, Thanos. I think
it will.
I think some of the lull we're seeing now, although there are people who don't want to sort of admit this, is we're between media. Revelations/Revolutions has sort of come to a close. And we're waiting for the movie. The CGI cartoon came to a close. So we're at the in-between time. Like this is like the period between like Star Wars and Empire. Well, that's a bad analogy. This is the time between like Empire and Return of the Jedi, the year between, like the last year before Jedi comes out, where things are kind of quiet. And it's only the people who are devoted and completely all in who are still like, and I think that's where we are with Motu right now. It's just those of us who are all in and have a lot of nostalgia. The movie is going to come out, and I think there are a lot of kids who are going to want some He-Man toys. And I think it'll be really smart to have 2000 and X and then some more vintage-looking versions of the characters, be it Filmation, cartoon collection, or whatever, on shelves, so that when parents who don't know that Origins is happening take their kid to go pick up a He-Man figure, they're like, oh wait, here's the He-Man I had when I was a kid in 2000. Like this is the He-Man your grandpa played with back in 1984.
Oh God.
So
anyway,
just a heads up, since I'm on that website, anybody who did miss out on the Masters Universe Princess of Power Shira doll, it looks like it's up for pre-order again.
Oh, she's back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the pre-order.
I knew it went up, but I thought it sold out again. And no, she's definitely back up. That's good, because I was a little sad when I found out, like,
yeah, no,
I knew it was going to be a hot seller, but
yeah. Well, it's Barbie and She-Ra and Motu, so No, but you can get those. It's just pre-order. It doesn't allegedly ship until April of 2026. So happy birthday
I've
to
still got
me.
Spara and Shirella. All I got to do is pay $10, and then I can get both of those figures for $50. I can get two of the baddest bitches
And
in
I think
Eternia and
you get free
Etheria.
shipping over a certain amount. So anyhow,
Also, I feel like, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we've been sort of like going crazy over, I'm like, I don't know why this time was different, but every time I was like pre-ordering stuff or like, saying, I'm like, okay, this is going on pre-order this day, I gotta do this. For some reason, I thought it was coming like next week. I don't know why, but like Mask, this gem stuff, like the 2-pack with Synergy and Jericho, I was like, I'm getting it now. And I'm like, and then, they finally go up on e-tailers, and they're like, yeah, you'll get it in like November maybe. And I'm like, oh, like, I mean, good. And it's just that I'm like, I don't want to pay for it until then, but like,
Right, like it doesn't hurt when you're not having to, but I don't know. We've all had that like kind of entitled bug of I've got to have it now, right? Like
yeah.
in all honesty, I told Mikey I was like, "Oh, could you totally get me that Paladin figure cuz I don't feel like waiting until the Kickstarter happens and then whenever, for the RPG that exclusive or rather the San Diego Comic-Con debut figure of the Paladin that I picked up for Mythic Legions, like I totally knew that was going to be available at the Kickstarter, but it was like I got to have it now, I got to have it now kind of thing.
Yep.
And it's true. I'm still not mad at myself that I did talk him to getting it for me. The only part that kind of beats me up, with the hindsight on getting that figure is when Jeremy said it'll have different colors when the Kickstarter happens, because it's like,
Mhm.
I want to see what those color combos are going to be. Because if they got a green and purple, I definitely got the wrong one.
Yeah. And
I'll still get it.
that's all of these things too, where there's like so often between like Legends, between He-Man, between God, so many. I mean, even like I mean, like this gem doll line kind of thing. I'm like, I mean, you kind of rush to get the thing. Even like Mask, I'm like, I got to get the special box with T-Bob because T-Bob's a favorite character of mine. But I'm like, I have to get it. But I mean, God knows, T-Bob will just come out as like $4.99 figure in like 2 years. And I'm like, I could have just like
Totally could have
weighed this
chilled.
out. Yeah, could have not spent all that money.
Our good friend, highly articulated Adam, said this a while ago, and it makes perfect sense. And often he sits on my shoulder, and there's a lot of times I tell him, "Shut the fuck up! I do what I want." But we don't need any of this. And I always say that he is my reminder. He sits on my shoulder and tells me, as much as my collector brain, my depression retail therapy says, I need this. We don't need any of this.
No,
Get what you
it's
like.
all I want.
If it's stressing you out to get the stuff, you're doing it wrong at that point. These things are meant to be enjoyed. They're meant to be
Meant
fun.
to be fun.
Don't
Yeah.
stress.
Yeah.
I think that's a good moral of the lesson to end the stream on.
Yeah.
That's
We
what I was
should,
all
going.
because
meant
it
to be
is
fun.
almost 4 hours. We've been normally the goal is an hour, hour and a half, and 4 hours later.
This is what happens when you have a clubhouse on.
Right?
Apparently.
Way to go.
It's what I do. You're welcome.
No, please. We all contribute to that. All right. So we will start with our guest. Oz, where can the people find you?
Well, tomorrow night I'll be joining the fellas on Let's Go Off-World podcast, where we'll probably be talking about a bunch of the same stuff that I talked about on Saturday for 24 hours and talked about here tonight for another 4 hours, and probably going to talk about it tomorrow for another 3.5 hours. 1.5 is going to be me ranting about the snake layer again, just because people seem to like that.
It's fun.
And then, Saturday night on the Clubhouse from 10 p.m. Eastern all the way up until whenever the hell we decide to stop, Sunday morning. You guys catch us all over there. And of course, all of you amazing panelists are always welcome to join us anytime that you're not actually going out and having a life on a Saturday night. You're more than welcome to join us at the clubhouse and just enjoy yourselves.
I should be able to do that almost pretty soon. Once I have the
Oh,
studio
I'm so excited to have you
set
come
up,
back.
I'll be able to, well, you know, even on nights where I'm filming content, I will be able to hang out on stream while filming because it'll all be set up.
We need you back, Allison. You gotta keep some of these guys in shape. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard there was some sort of purple douche canoe or some such. Anyway, Derek, where can the people find you?
Well, that's going to be yesterday's podcast every Monday on your podcast app of choice. Monday kicks off August. We're kicking it off with Short Circuit. So tune in.
No disassemble.
No disassemble, Stephanie.
And just for full disclosure, I am one of your Patreons.
Yes.
Which means sometimes
the lesser or greater effect.
Yeah, sometimes if you listen to the yesterday's podcast, I will be mentioned because either it's time to shit talk me or it's something I selected.
I will say I will eat a giant plate of crow right now. That Christopher Pike episode ended up being a lot more fucking fun than I expected it to be. I'm not gonna lie, you know this because I messaged you. I was fretting that episode, like how am I gonna make this work? And we really did have a good time with it, discussing literature and authors and stuff. And honestly, we had a fair amount of downloads on that episode. So I will eat a giant steaming plate of humble pie on that one.
I will just say that there used to be 3 different podcasts that were all very popular covering Christopher Pike. So, and I listened to all of them. So, you know, there were reasons I was like, you know, y'all should do that. And none of them are active right now. So there's an audience. So I have dropped the yesterday's podcast link as well as Oz's links. And now I've dropped the Gatey's Toys link. Andrew, where can the people find you? Actually,
you can find me
right now.
Apparently so. You can find me living in my van down by the river because I've got pre-orders to pay for.
It's all right.
Where can you find me? So I'm at Katie's Toys, Instagram, YouTube. I'm taking August off, which actually means I took July off, and now I'm going to start building back my catalog to restart in September. So y'all can't find me. Expect, live streams, but little else. So yeah, I'll be coming back in September with Galoob Star Trek: The Next Generation, which I'm very excited about filming. So
and you will be joining me on a Sunday soonish for coloring some Star Trek Next Generation. So everyone, you could get a prelude.
Yep.
Sneak
We'll be
peek.
talking about Counselor Troy for 4 hours.
An early bird download or something. Cal no.
Yeah. Hello, no.
Anyway, so yeah, and there's the link for that. As for me, you can find me here at this channel. Tomorrow there is a color and chill Masters of the Universe, ironically, and it's some vintage Alcala art from the first mini comic of him and the Green Goddess fighting a beast. And it's the original art before the inking and the coloring where they added some details. So it's basically technically unpublished Alcala art. So Saturday, G.I. Joe Real American Hero 1988 toy poster turned into a booklet. Sunday, I will be here doing a solo stream coloring. And then there will be Goonies shorts on Sunday, regular shorts all next week. And then on Monday, there will be a Marvel Heroic coloring book flip through, modern Marvel comic coloring book. Say that 3 times fast. Coloring and flipping through it. So yeah. Anyway, with that said, it's time to go. I thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you again in the next one. Don't forget to hit the like. And if for some reason you're not subscribed, you should subscribe. We do this once a month-ish. And anyway.
We've been having a pretty good average once a month. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we do pretty so far so good. And yeah, and we'll leave you on as we should.
I haven't made up my mind yet. Incidentally, which one of you bitches is my mother?